Just after 2, Sports Bash starts now. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there. A lot going on a Tuesday as the Eagles relishing a Super Bowl victory number 2. How did it happen? What does it mean? What's next for the Birds? So much on our mind today as we get you ready for a Sports Bash Tuesday edition. And don't forget, the Phillies, they're back starting tomorrow, so we'll get into some Phillies tomorrow on the show. But today, it's more relishing the Eagles' victory, and we got you covered here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe and watch the show live. Kellen Moore is the new head coach of the New Orleans Saints, so the exodus has already started for Philadelphia. I know, look, the offseason is here, and we want to still – Jalen Hurts said something in his post-conference press conference after the Super Bowl, and it is something I love what he said. I love what Jalen Hurts said, and it is the mentality of most sports fans, right? Is, okay, now what? What's next for the Philadelphia Eagles? Well, what's next is they have a lot of questions to be answered, and we'll talk a little bit about that throughout the show and the week and stuff here on the Sports Bash. But Jalen Hurts said something that I thought was worth bringing up to start the show today because he's right. The Eagles have won the Super Bowl, and this is why I've always been kind of like, the Cowboy fan who tells you how many Super Bowls they've won, the Giant fans who tell you how many Super Bowls they've won. Winning the Super Bowl, it happened, and now it's, yes, you want to remember it and kind of capture this whole week, the parade's on Friday, and I'm not saying to move on from it. I'm not telling you, like, hey, forget about it. But don't be the Cowboy fan who lives in the past and tells you how great Super Bowls were in the 70s. The Eagles have 2, which most people that if you are in like your 40s, most people that remember 2 Cowboy Super Bowls. They don't remember the Super Bowls back in the 70s that everybody says we have 5. Most people don't remember those. They remember the 2, the 90s. 3 in the 90s, excuse me. They remember the 3 in the 90s. Which are now over 30 years ago, by the way. But listen, the Eagles have 2. It's time to move on and think about number 3. Let's not hold on to 2. If you hold on to those, they'll be the only ones you get. They'll be the only ones you get. And Jalen Hurts says it's always the beginning until it's the end. What an unbelievable mindset. It's always the beginning until it's the end. Meaning, I won my Super Bowl, but my career is not over. Let's keep getting them. It's always the beginning until it's the end. You could be a Dallas Cowboy and remember your past, but it sounds like the past has brought you to the end because they're not getting them. It's been 30 years. The Eagles have one. They went to another Super Bowl. Now they have another one. And I'm already thinking about what's next. It's always the beginning until it's the end. So while it's not quite the offseason yet, it is the offseason. You know why? Because the Eagles don't exist in a vacuum. And what has happened today is the other teams are saying, your team won a Super Bowl. We want that guy. We take that guy. Now the Eagles are already one piece short from the team that just won a world championship. They are already today not the same team that they were yesterday. The Philadelphia Eagles today are already not the same team they were Sunday. But yes, I see the text messages. Phil says, I'm on an Eagles high. I'm with you, Phil. I'm with you. I'm on the Eagles high with you, and it will stay on for the week. Phillies report today. They actually have pitchers and catchers starting tomorrow, but I can't get into Phillies mode quite yet. I want to relive the sights and sounds, and we're going to go into the locker room with Josina Anderson coming up in about 20 minutes from now. She was in the locker room on Sunday night and got a chance to talk with A.J. Brown, Reed Blankenship, Lane Johnson, Dallas Goedert, if you follow her Twitter and her podcast, The Exhibit, she said the locker room was unbelievable. It was crazy in there. I think you look at this team, they have the ability to do something special. You know, what's special right now? The Kansas City Chiefs won back-to-back Super Bowls. They had a chance for 3. The New England Patriots won multiple Super Bowls. Philadelphia is the only team, along with Kansas City and New England, that have won multiple Super Bowls in the past 20 years. Can Philadelphia, this offseason, can they get to 3? Can they get back-to-back? Because if that happens, you now become one of those elite franchises. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. You know, we've been talking so much about your favorite moments, things that you remember from that game the other night. And I just kind of had the game on. It was on yesterday at the Fanatic Sportsbook, and I'm going back through some of the moments and some of the plays, and it's just like, oh, my gosh, I can't believe that happened. You know, it's like a movie. You almost have to watch the movie a couple times to get all the jokes. Some really good comedies, you're laughing so hard at some of the jokes that you miss other jokes, so you almost have to go back and watch it again. That's how I feel this Eagles game is. There were so many moments and plays in the game that you're almost like, I had to go back and watch that again. I missed it. Think about it. It's only 7-0 after the first quarter. Okay, that's a game. 7-0 entering the second. That's a game. And then the Eagles just absolutely turn up the heat. They turn up the heat. They get the field goal after the interception. They get a touchdown again on a 2-play banger where they throw to A.J. Brown. They go up 24-0 there. And then you're up all of a sudden, halftime, 24-0. You're looking up and saying, oh, my God. You got a field goal. You got a touchdown. They get the interception on Zach Bond and kick that field goal. And it's like, holy mackerel. And then another interception that gets returned for a touchdown from Cooper DeJean, 17. And then the pass to Brown, 21. And you're like, oh, my gosh, every play that has happened here. The Cooper DeJean touchdown for many people is the moment of the game. The A.J. Brown touchdown, you're like, oh, my gosh, it was crazy. How quick it all happened. It's like a comedy where they say a joke, you're laughing, and then you miss the other jokes. That's what that game was. Jeff in Ocean City, live from the New Orleans airport. Eagles fans are partied out and ready for some sleep. Who will the Eagles open the season with September 4th? Rams, Washington, Denver. Jeff. You know what's funny you say that, Jeff? I tweeted this out last night at Mike Gill Show. I think there's like 8 options that I can come up with, mostly because I think the Eagles will be at home. My 2 top options, or I have 3 options, I think. 1, you can go Eagles-Detroit, the matchup that never was. You can go Eagles-Washington, NFC Championship rematch. How about Eagles-Bears? Ben Johnson's first game, Caleb Williams, the Chicago market. And the Bears could be this year's version of Detroit from last year. Remember when Detroit played the Lions on the Thursday night opener? It was like, the Lions against Kansas City? Really? And then what happened? The Lions won that game against Kansas City, and that was kind of their coming out party, you know, as a real contending team. So I think the Bears are a possibility as well because of Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson. But I would think Washington's a possibility. I would think that Detroit's a possibility. Somebody said, you know, hey, they want to save the Detroit game for like a game later on because you know that game will draw. You don't need it for the first game of the year because that game's going to draw anyway. But you still want a good matchup. You could do a rematch with the Rams. Do they play the Rams? I don't know what the Eagles' home schedule. I mean, I can find it. I just don't know what it is. You're probably going to take a home game. Denver, I think they play at home. I'm pretty sure they play Denver at home. I like the fact that he said the Eagles fans are partied out. I would have loved to have seen what Bourbon Street looked like after the game. What was more boisterous, Bourbon or Broad? Now, I imagine Broad Street had more people than Bourbon Street did. But I would imagine after that Eagles game, winning the Super Bowl, that everybody charges down to Bourbon Street and just absolutely party their ass off. You can't find a place to party more than Bourbon Street. Like, you're not going up Broad Street and popping into bars and, gentlemen's joints, if you will. They're just everywhere there. It's just crazy. It's craziness. Broad Street is more, businesses. In Bourbon Street, I would have to imagine the Eagle fans flock to Bourbon Street Sunday night. Now, the problem is for a lot of people, if you went to the Super Bowl Sunday, usually the flight to get out of there is like 6 o'clock the next morning. That's like the one flight, like after the Super Bowl, I always see the flight home is like 6 or 7 in the morning. So some people have to actually stay there till Tuesday if they want to get a flight where they don't feel like they just got kicked in the head. 609-403-0973. Josh?
So your teams that will be in Lincoln Financial Field next season currently are the Bears, the Lions, the Broncos, and the Rams. Those are the non-NFC East teams.
Right. So you got the three NFC East teams.
With the Lions.
The Rams, Broncos, and Bears. Yeah. I would rank them as possibly the Lions, Washington rematch, Rams rematch. Broncos is not. The Broncos just don't. I don't know. Do you think the Broncos are going to enter next? They did make the playoffs this year, but I don't think that's a great opening night game.
I think it would be either the Lions or the Commanders, because I think those are the two best storylines.
Yeah, they're the two that I figure, but the third wild card is Caleb Williams. Do you want him as the number one overall pick? Now Ben Johnson is the Wonder Boy head coach. They're going to be a team that gets a lot of buzz this off. They had buzz last offseason.
They did, and it was unjustified. So maybe the NFL might, steer away from that a little bit.
Well, I think that Caleb Williams is a guy they're banking on in the Chicago market to make some noise. So if you want Chicago and try to build that franchise up, maybe you put them on that first night there and put them up against Philadelphia. You get two huge markets. And look, the Bears are one of those franchises that the NFL has not gotten anything from really since the 85 Bears. They went to a Super Bowl with Rex Grossman, but even that team had really no identity. They had a defensive identity.
Mahomes looked like Rex Grossman on Sunday.
He did. He had a rough day. Mike and Wildwood, Eagles high as well, but we went 2 in a row. Bye-bye, Kellen. Thanks for the help, but no more bozo play calls. Listen to this guy. Come on, Mike. The guy just scored 55 in the NFC Championship game. Then he puts up a 40-burger in the Super Bowl. You're going to sit here on a Tuesday and say no more bozo play calls?
Listen, I ripped Kellen Moore most of the year. He had the best game of his life in the Super Bowl.
What about the week before? He scored 55.
Yeah, but some of that was not. Some of that was Saquon having the big runs, and it's the idea that anybody can call a run play.
Well, listen, anybody can call a run play, but you have to have the ability to want to call a run play. I hate that whole thing. Anybody could do it. No, not anybody can do it. You know why? Because not everybody has the fortitude to stay patient and do it. We're watching the game the other night, and someone's screaming at the TV, why are you running the ball? Why are you running the ball? Did you watch the Eagles play all year? Of course you should be running the ball, even if they stop it. You have to keep the patience to say, we're going to stick with this. Just because you're stopping us doesn't mean we don't think eventually we're going to get one on you. The Eagles' run game was built on you stopping us until you can't. So, yes, you might stop us on first down and second down and first down and second down the next drive and first down and second down on the next drive. But one of these drives, if I stick with this, I know I'm going to bust a 60-yarder, or I got a play-action pass that they dialed up to Devontae Smith that Jalen Hurts throws a dime in there. So I think the patience that Kellen Moore shows to stick with it, even though it really wasn't working, sets up the whole game plan.
Well, again, so back to my original point, which is I thought he had a great Super Bowl. To me, the reason why that play action works later in the game is because of the first two play calls. Remember, they ran to the left side of the line, and then they ran to the right side of the line. And while the one run play was more successful than the other, those first couple plays of the entire game, Mike, to me were genius by Kellen Moore, because Kellen Moore was showing Spagnuolo and the Chiefs, I'm not afraid to run against you. And then that set up everything else after that. To me, that was Kellen Moore's success. And I'm saying that as a guy who ripped him half the season.
I don't think he was like, he came in here and made you say, oh my God, we're losing this guy. It's more, oh my God, we have to get another offensive coordinator and the continuity.
Right. It's the idea that Jalen Hurts is going to have his 11th offensive coordinator since his freshman year of college at this point.
45 carries for Philadelphia, by the way. 25 carries for Saquon Barkley. So he's stuck with the run. He's stuck with the run, even though it wasn't working. He said, we're going to just keep doing it, even though it's not really working. 57 yards. So to have the patience to stick with it, I think was really a storyline that gets overshadowed by everything because the Eagles blow the Chiefs out of the water.
I don't disagree with that, but I will say that I think that the genius of the game plan on Sunday, Mike, wasn't that he just stuck with it. It was the variety of the type of runs. He wasn't just running eye power the entire game. They were running calendars. They were running end arounds. They were having him go different directions. They were showing the Chiefs, we are not afraid to get 2 or 3 yards with Barkley because we're just going to show you every run play we have in the book and make you be prepared for every scenario.
Yeah, that's where, the text message there of Mike and Wildwood said, thanks for the help, but no more bozo play calls. I think because people want a touchdown or a big play on almost every single play. Being an offensive play caller sometimes is about setting stuff up, accepting that this drive might not result in points, but that if I do the right things on this drive, it'll set something up for somewhere down the line in this game. So, okay, in the second quarter, we went 3 and out, but I ran 3 plays that make you think that play is in there, and then I show that again, and I throw a good designer will have something off of that play call.
Well, it's the idea of, as a play caller, and I've heard other coaches talk about this, I think it was Brian Billick who brought this up. It was one of the coaches for you at Super Bowl Radio Row, but they brought up the fact that play calling is about setting things up for later. And that it's like Greg Maddux, right? The idea that Greg Maddux would set you up in the first inning for what he would get you out on in the second, third, fourth, and fifth, and sixth inning. So the way you call the game early on is a way of staging and setting the defense up for what you are going to do later.
609-403-0973. Yeah, Kellen Moore is out. I'm just, I got an article up at 973ESPN.com with 4 names to kind of keep an eye on. I don't know that there's more names, other names. These are 4 names that just have ties to Nick Sirianni. One would be Kevin Petula, who's already here. He has been the assistant head coach and the passing game coordinator for the last 4 seasons with Nick. He was in Indianapolis with Nick. The only thing I would say about that is I do caution hiring a guy that's in-house and already here because then Nick possibly has a guy that he can say, maybe I can creep my way back into getting a little bit of say. And that worries me a little bit is, hey, we won our Super Bowl. Kellen's not here. I'll bring my boy in. Because then you start to go into the Doug Peterson, Press Taylor, that kind of realm. And I'm not interested in that. So Petula is here and probably is the most comfortable leading candidate that would be in-house. The other couple guys that have some ties to Nick Sirianni, one would be Frank Reich. Now, Frank was the OC here with the Eagles when they won their first Super Bowl. Frank was the head coach in Indianapolis when Nick was the wide receivers coach there and then the offensive coordinator, so they obviously know each other. You remember last year when the Eagles played the Colts had fired Frank Reich, and then Sirianni had his little episode with the fans basically trying to stick up for Frank Reich there. Yeah. And basically, I don't know that I'm all that interested in Frank Reich. I mean, he went to Indianapolis. He got fired. He went to Carolina. He got fired there. I just think Frank is maybe, that generation kind of like stuck in the middle where you had the old school guys and then now you have these new school guys, and Frank's like kind of somewhere in the middle of, I'm not an old school guy, but I'm not a new school guy, like not really a progressive offense, so I don't know that Frank's the right guy. He was the right guy maybe in 2017, but I think here we are in 2025, that style of play is now out the window.
To me, the problem with Frank is that the 2 organizations that he had the most success with as a play caller, he was actually not the play caller. It's the idea that when he was with the Chargers and the offensive coordinator, when Philadelphia's offensive coordinator, Doug Peterson and Mike McCoy both called the plays in both places.
Yeah.
So now, do we really trust a guy to be the primary play caller when the years of his most success, he was actually not calling the plays?
One other name, or two more names that I got for you. That's one, that's two. The other one would be Mike McCoy.
Yep.
Now, I'm not all that excited about Mike McCoy either, but I'm giving you guys that have ties to Sirianni.
But he has a ton of play calling experience.
Yeah, but not a lot of success.
Not a lot of team success.
He was in San Diego
Kellen Moore
with
didn't have a lot of team success either.
well, more so than McCoy. I mean, McCoy was an absolute disaster in San Diego with Phillip Rivers. He got fired from there. He became the coordinator in Arizona. They blew him out of town quickly. Now, I know he had Josh Rosen as the quarterback, so
right.
Not a great quarterback situation. They blew him out of there. He was in Denver. They had a terrible quarterback situation in Denver. They blew him out of there. And now he was in Jacksonville the last couple of years with Doug Peterson as the quarterback coach. So Mike McCoy was the head coach in San Diego when Nick Sirianni was the wide receiver coach there. So he can say, hey, Mike, you want to come back and be my offensive coordinator? That's a possibility. And then the last one would be Josh McCown, who I don't know that has any ties to Nick Sirianni, but was here as a quarterback. He has had some head coaching opportunities. He's the quarterback coach in Minnesota,
right.
Worked with Sam Darnold. He was the quarterback coach in Carolina before that with Frank Reich. So you get a guy who's not too far removed from the game. Those are a couple guys. Doug Peterson, somebody asked me. I don't think Doug Peterson wants to come back here to be the offensive coordinator. I know we have seen guys, though, go from a head coach in a place, leave, and then come back. Robert Saleh is now the defensive coordinator in San Francisco after being the coordinator in San Francisco, going to the Jets to be the head coach. He's now back in San Francisco. We saw what's his name in Denver, was the head coach in Denver, left and came back to be the defensive coordinator in Denver.
Wade Phillips.
No. Who's the defensive coordinator in Denver right now? He was the head coach in...
Vance Joseph.
Vance Joseph, yes.
Well, when Denver won their Super Bowl...
He was the coordinator.
He was the coordinator, but years earlier, Wade Phillips was the head coach of the Denver Broncos. That's why I went there.
Vance Joseph was the head coach in Denver.
Correct.
Left and then came back to be the defensive coordinator.
That's
a tough thing to do, is be like, I got to put my tail between my legs. This was my team. This was my job, and now I'm the next guy. So Doug would have to say, I'm a Super Bowl champion head coach.
That's a lot to swallow.
I'm the Super Bowl. I got a statue outside. And now I'm coming back to be a coordinator. I don't see that.
I think Doug's future is actually as a college coach, Mike. I think he's going to end up being a college
coach. Yeah, I don't
think
think he gets another NFL job.
I think he's going to be a college coach because of the NIL era, and people are going to see. I think you're going to see a movement of people who see Bill Belichick's success at North Carolina and they just start hiring all these NFL coaches in college.
Is there anybody, like those are guys that I say had ties to the Eagles, and I know that Josh McCown does not, but he has some ties to the organization.
Right.
And Frank Reich.
Now, Kellen Moore had no ties to Nick Sirianni.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Him.
So is there somebody just texted in, what about Bobby Slowick? He was now, Slowick is the reason why Moore potentially left. Because, he's the hot candidate right now. His team wins the Super Bowl. Here's what Adam Schefter had to say about why Kellen Moore going back to the Eagles never really made sense.
One of 32 head coaches. You're going to go back? Ben Johnson went back and played out like that. Well, Ben Johnson didn't win a Super Bowl. And we just went through an offseason where Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator of the Texans, was interviewing a year ago for head coaching jobs, didn't get one, went back to Houston, and wound up getting fired. So you want to go back to Philadelphia on a raise and bypass $5, $6, $7 million a year? It doesn't make any sense.
So Kellen Moore's the new head coach in New Orleans, and that's part of the reason why. So maybe, Bobby Slowick was the big name a couple of all seasons ago. He decided to stay in Houston, and now this year he's fired. He gets fired in Houston. All right, 225, Josina Anderson is set to join us, former ESPN, former CBS NFL insider. She now has her own podcast called The Exhibit Concept. Check that out at theexhibitconcept.com. She was in the Eagles locker room Sunday night. She's going to give us the sights and sounds and some of the tidbits you need to know on the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. And that's next on the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 232.
This is Josh, Mike's producer. How you doing today? Good. We're just coming out of the break right now. You all set for Mike? I'll put you in the board now. Hang on.
That was Reed Blankenship talking to Josina Anderson after the Eagles Super Bowl victory. Reed Blankenship talking about how, they knew it. They knew it. She was in the locker room with the Philadelphia Eagles getting a chance to catch up with guys like Reed Blankenship, A.J. Brown, Lane Johnson, Dallas Goedert. It seemed like the atmosphere inside the Philadelphia Eagles locker room, like a supremely confident team. Josina Anderson was in the locker room with the Philadelphia Eagles, and I'm sure you'll hear all about it on the Exhibit podcast, theexhibitconcept.com, all her coverage of Super Bowl 59. But she joins us right now here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Josina, welcome back to the show. What's going on?
Well, I just was stuffing my face with the Belgian waffle.
You didn't get enough of the great cuisine in New Orleans?
Man, let me tell you, as I told you guys, I was so tired. I can't even tell you how tired I am. I got there tired. I left tired. Try to eat what I can, sleep when I can, and ended it on a crazy note. I've covered a lot of Super Bowls. That was probably by far the loudest locker room I've ever been in.
I was going to say, take our listeners into that locker room because this is a team that was pretty businesslike all season long. Their leader, Jalen Hurts, he is very businesslike, but it's almost like they let their hair down with a culmination of a season with the highs and the lows, the ups and the downs, and they finally said, we accomplished what we thought we were going to accomplish, and you saw it all unfold in that locker room.
Well, let me tell you, they had the press waiting out there for a very, very long time. I mean, it was probably longer than usual. Not saying I don't understand, not trying to get anybody in trouble or anything like that, but clearly there was a lot, going on. And even by the time we got in there, it was definitely a lot of partying, as to be expected when you win a Super Bowl. Champagne, cigars, the cigar smoke was very, very thick, because the room was not big, and it's not like you have a basketball team or like when LeBron wins and a basketball team has 12 players and then you have the coaches or whatever. I mean, you're talking about an entire football team, front office staff, coaches, people, in the locker room, or at least the front office, I should say. I can't say I saw coaches except maybe Nick Siianni, but players rather. And then and it was just very thick. And then obviously, there are people in there that you could, tell was very much enjoying themselves. A couple of people asked me not to interview them because they thought it was going to be too much for the video, and it was definitely an experience in there, and you could tell there were even just like what. Your right tackle, Lane Johnson, has said. I mean, there are people just happy for Brandon Graham and what have you. And there were some people, I think, kept it really circumspect too on the other end because it's like they got in there and they were jumping and it was and it was so much going on. Like even the video that I put up of inside of the locker room, not the interviews, but the video I put up of the atmosphere, that was very tame compared to some of the other stuff that was going on. That was just what I was able to capture while I was so focused on getting my work done. But there were reporters in there that were, really focusing on just, getting the video of the atmosphere. So, so mine I felt like was actually pretty tame compared to, some of the, stuff I saw going on in there. But yeah, no, well deserved. They had, they had a good time, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at some of the video, and I see the one right now at Josina Anderson on the X platform and the exhibitconcept.com. I'm sure you'll be talking more about this whole week, culmination up to the Super Bowl 59. But A.J. Brown, I mean, obviously he is kind of a character, and, he's got the highs and the lows, and he's always seems to be in the middle of stuff. How... Just like it seemed like an outpouring of emotion from him. He was so happy to win this. But when he gets traded here from Tennessee and then some of the things that have happened for him to win this Super Bowl, how ecstatic was he?
I think, I did see a couple of players just because you have to imagine, too, when you get in the locker room, they have already been out on the field and having spent so much emotion with their families and people who are, have the broadcast rights to be on the field after the game. So they have already done that. So then by the time they come into the locker room, I mean, there's at least another 30 minutes, maybe 4:40 or so before we even went into the locker room. And then there was all the partying that was going on before, because I was trying to figure out if we were going to even be, if the microphones were going to even work in there. It was so loud. Like, I don't really think, as loud as it sounds when you're listening to the interviews I posted, it doesn't really do it justice as far as how loud. I mean, it was splitting loud. And so to answer your question, I just feel like there were some guys who were already starting to kind of just tire down. And even before I got to AJ, he had already done like a large group interview. So by the time I feel like I seen him, which is where you see the interview that I posted, even though the audio is kind of whatever. But I feel like he was just trying to, he was sitting down, he was taking it in. Everyone kept coming in his face to, kind of congratulate him, and in a good way, not, like in a whatever. That's what everyone was doing to all the players. And I just feel like what I was seeing from him was just gratitude. And we talked about that, or as I was trying to have that conversation. I wish they would have just turned down the radio down just a little bit more, but I knew what it meant to him is exactly what I was saying to him opening night. I was like, I can just tell you feel like it's like you've achieved so much, but you're at this line, but you still haven't been able to get over this other line, this other threshold that you cross when you're trying to amass another level of greatness. And that other line is something I feel like he's just been fighting, not just to attain professionally, but that other line that he has within himself. That's what we were talking about on your show on Radio Row. So then now to be on the backside of that and having seen him accomplish that, I think was just personally gratifying and satisfying for him. And I don't really feel like even at that moment that the full weight of it is something that's going to hit him until even after the parade that you guys have there in Philadelphia on Friday. It's probably going to be the following week before it really hits him.
Josina Anderson's with us here at Josina Anderson on the X platform, her podcast, theexhibitconcept.com. Check it out over there. You can get it on all podcasting platforms, YouTube as well. Check out the YouTube channel for everything there, and you can see what Josina's up to, because, I thought one of the really cool interviews that you did was with Reed Blankenship, because he's just kind of like the other, like, well, you got A.J. Brown, you got Jalen Hurts, you got so many stars on this team, and then there's Reed Blankenship, and it's like that interview shows you the passion and kind of like the nature of these guys are like, they're just like us, they're kids in the candy store, and he just couldn't believe that he just won the Super Bowl.
First of all, couple things. As you know, I've been doing this a long time. I've been covering the NFL since the year 2002, and so I've come across a whole bunch of players. And I'd like to think when I come in a locker room, I can read a bunch of personalities and read them on the field and things like that. And I told Reed, because I interviewed him opening night. I don't even think that interview made it on my thing, because there's so much film that I have that I still didn't even put up and never got to, which is something I want to correct next year from Super Bowl. But I actually did interview him opening night, and we talked about this. And I said to him, what is it with you? And I feel like this year you were showing even more of your swag after you made plays on the field. I just noticed this, whatever. And so I've been seeing him show this personality. If you watch him celebrate after he makes a play or tackles, everything you saw at the end of that video has been there. And we talked about it. So when I seen him, he was actually dancing around me before I interviewed him. So I knew we were going to get to that in the interview. And to me, that just completely embodies not only just kind of the, boyish side of him and all that other stuff, but honestly, Reed is just a I interview so many people in the league, and I really feel like he's just, he's one of the good guys. He's always willing to talk. He's humble. I appreciate that. I feel like all of us in the course of our work, there are things that make it harder. There's things that make it easier in the day. And there's not one time that I'm going to walk in there and feel like, that he's not going to, as long as, within reason, obviously, that he wasn't going to do that. So I thought he put things into context. Well, obviously, he was having fun in the locker room. And not only that, I think the final note I would say about Reed is that I think it's also really indicative of Howie Roseman's ability to, put the fabric of a team together and blend different personalities. That's one thing that continues to stick out to me when I think about the Eagles teams that I've covered, in recent years, is how well composed. And I think that you have that perspective when you cover more than one team. So as someone my job is to keep eyes on 32 teams, and I have the ability to compare multiple teams. You guys don't take it, for all your listeners in Philadelphia who are listening to this, do not take it, for granted, the ability of your front office to put and blend together a culture of a team. There's a lot of teams that do not have the ability to do that, don't have the discernment to do that. And I feel like that's one of the things that you all do very well.
Josina Anderson's our guest here. I don't know that there's a picture going around of Jalen Hurts just kind of sitting there on the ground, smoking a stogie. I wanted to see if you, number one, got a chance to catch up with him at all, or just number two, taking it in because he is such a stoic guy. Did he allow the moment to kind of sink into him?
It was so thick in there. I've talked to Jalen, obviously, gave him a congratulatory hug. By the time I saw him, he was, kind of walking around, had the cigar, I believe, and just, so I didn't see him, doing other things, so to speak. To me, he was kind of in character, that you typically see Jalen in, but nonetheless, I'm sure he is, very pleased, very excited. What I've also been seeing on Instagram is that replay of all the sports broadcasters who didn't think that he would amount to what he's become. So
a lot of apologies going around today.
Did they apologize?
Well, I know a lot of people have come out and said, hey, I was wrong. I say it like this, Josina.
Who said that? Who said they were wrong?
I heard Orlovsky go into a long dissertation about what he said, but I was on a station last night, and they asked me, where do you rank him as in the league as a quarterback? And I said, is he number 1? Is he number 5? Is he number 10, 15? I said, it doesn't matter. He's the number 1 winner in the league. That's what he is. He might not be the most talented. He might not be the best, the strongest arm, the most accurate, the fastest. But what he is, he finds ways to win better than anyone else in this league right now. Josh Allen might have a better arm, might be bigger than this, but he can't find a way to beat Patrick Mahomes, and Jalen Hurts can.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for Jalen Hurts' demeanor. I think Jalen has a championship demeanor. Not that you can't have a different personality to win, but it works for him in the way that he needs to lead, in the way he needs to focus and compartmentalize for game day and have everybody, kind of gather in. It works for him. And even you hear Lane Johnson and how highly your right tackle regards, the quarterback. I can't say it enough, and I don't, the blend from the quarterback on down to the team is just down to Reed Blankenship's swag and boyish personality. It's damn near perfect, if not perfect. Starting with him.
I know you know this. You just talked about the blending of the organization. They won a Super Bowl, but they have a lot of decisions. Howie will not rest, right? This is not like we won. He will be, they just lost Kellen Moore today, and they have some big free agent decisions to make, and they have the right guy in place to try to go for back-to-back.
Do they? Well, first and foremost, the first order of business for the team is to get a new offensive coordinator, and have an idea of what they think that's going to be. But
you have an idea.
Yes, I feel like I have an idea.
Is it an in-house candidate or somebody outside the organization?
I'm not at liberty to say at this
Okay.
point.
All
Or
right.
if I
Well,
would, I would. Not at liberty to say.
Gotcha.
But I think that, the main thing is really making sure that, you guys have the right, fit. Obviously, you have to go through, the process with an offensive coordinator, candidate. Can't just go out there and just hire ad hoc or whatever. But I think the thing about Kellen is that he does know how to work with star personalities. He's kind of a little bit more of that kind of in the middle personality himself, and obviously is astute in terms of calling plays and running an offense and things like that. So you guys were able to, find that in him, and you just obviously were successful in winning the Super Bowl. So, making sure you have the right person to fill that in, because you don't want to, take any steps down with what you guys just attained and not be satisfied with, okay, well, we won one in 2017. We won one last year. The idea is to try to keep attaining the bar that the Tom Brady set, that the Michael Jordan set. Anytime you can try to attain something in consecutive years and build a dynasty, you should not want to take your foot off the gas. So the first order of business is making sure you have the right offensive coordinator. And then from there, dealing with the free agents. Now, who are you most concerned about?
That's a good question. I got Zach Baun, obviously, who was here on a very cheap deal. I'm imagining that they're not going to get him back at a favorable price that they like to pay. You know how he doesn't like to pay that position. They had T.J. Edwards here a couple of years ago, and he walked out the door. Now you got Baun. Josh Sweat had 2.5 sacks the other night, and Milton Williams had a big game. So they got 3 big guys on defense.
Yeah, and that defense is very, very ferocious, and it's not only the decisions that the team is going to have to make, but the individual players are going to also have to make in terms of what, and this is where, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, everybody should be allowed to enterprise themselves, and there's only sometimes a certain amount of time that one has max leverage, in one's, career and things like that. However, not everything that looks greener on the other side of the fence is actually, what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, sure.
Grass is greener, right? And so what is the most important thing? Is it to get the maximum dollar? Is it to be with the team that, is winning? Is it to be in a place you feel comfortable, where you have to move your kids out of school? So all of these players, we're just around the corner, because now obviously we're in a 17-game league. The combine is going to be here by the time you guys go to bed and open your eyes. and then
You're right about that.
And you know that the legal tampering period is basically now the start of free agency. So everything starts 3 and 4 days earlier. So when we all leave the combine, free agency basically starts right after Oscars. Right after Oscars.
Absolutely. And then, we're 72 days away from the draft, Sue. In a blink of an eye, that will be here. And I know we'll try to catch up with Josina Anderson between now, free agency, the draft. You can catch up with her anytime at theexhibitconcept.com. Check out theexhibitconcept.com, the podcast, the platform. And I enjoyed meeting you at the Super Bowl, and it's good to catch up with you as the Eagles have won their 2nd Super Bowl championship. Josina, thanks so much.
Enjoy the parade Friday. You guys behave.
All right. As you know, the Eagle fans will behave. They greased the poles, Josh, but the Eagles fans, they greased the poles, but they took down the light post. So if you don't let me climb the pole, I'll just tear it down. Thanks to Josina Anderson for jumping on board the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. One of the best insiders out there, her time with ESPN and CBS Sports. She's now off on her own doing the Exhibit podcast and the ExhibitConcept.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on your home for the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. Coming up next, John McMullen will take us back through the season that led to a Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl championship, the highs, the lows, and everything in between, and what could be next. It's Howie season now. We'll relish the Super Bowl, but they got some big decisions to make, and we'll talk about it right here on your home for Philadelphia Eagles football, 97.3 ESPN, the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles.
I think Nick Sirianni is inevitably going to get a bag of cash this offseason. But that doesn't mean that he's a top 5 coach in the sport. Like, I'm not going to have that recency bias and say just because you won a championship means you're better than all of these other coaches that are out there in the sphere. I don't think he's a better coach than Andy Reid. I don't think he's a better coach than Sean McVay. I don't think he's a better coach than Mike Tomlin. I don't think he's a better coach than Jim Harbaugh. And I don't think he's a better coach than Sean Payton.
Well, he was a better coach than all of them on this run. He beat Andy Reid, he beat Sean McVay, and just about everybody else along the way. Nick Sirianni has won the Super Bowl. The Philadelphia Eagles have won the Super Bowl, and John McMullen was there covering it, Birds 365, Sports Illustrated. And our Super Bowl 59 recap coverage is brought to you by the experts at Shore Physicians Group, Orthopedic Surgery and Sports Medicine Division. Learn more at shorephysiciansgroup.com. Well, John McMullen, Sirianni had to answer critics all season long, and even after he wins the biggest game, people are still not sold. But that team was more prepared than Andy Reid's team on Sunday night, and that was a huge difference in the game, was it not?
Yeah, I would say so. Who said that, by the way?
That's Chris Canty. Chris Canty.
Boy, Chris is dying on that hill. That must be a tough week for him. Yeah.
Well, I had him on at the Super Bowl, and I asked him, I said, why the hate? And he said, look, the Eagles can win as long as Sirianni stays out of the way. And I'm thinking, I mean, what are you talking about here?
I don't get
I get it. He won a Super Bowl with the Giants. Maybe he just can't accept the Eagles winning the Super Bowl. I don't know. But I felt that the Eagles were just clearly the more prepared team. I mean, they were more prepared. Andy Reid looked like the Andy Reid sometimes we saw here, where you were like, where's this? Where's that? They had no answers.
Yeah, they really didn't. And I'm not going to disparage Andy Reid because he is one of the greatest coaches of all time. I mean, sometimes you just don't have it on a particular game day, and that seemed to be the case with Kansas City as a whole. But when you get beat to that level, I mean, Nick's in that interesting position where he's the third winningest coach in the Super Bowl era. He's got a Super Bowl championship, but, he's got so much talent. People lean on that. He's got a great defensive coordinator. People lean on that. Now everybody's going to give Kellen Moore credit because he's the head coach with the Saints. So it was always one of those things. But, he's the guy who steers the ship. He is one of the best coaches in the National Football League. This run has been really unbelievable. When you take out the one outlier, the 6 of 7 to end last season, greatest era of Eagles football, certainly in the Super Bowl. Since the Super Bowl, you have to go back to really 1949 and 1950 if you want to have a comparison. So I don't understand the hate other than, I guess, the personality. And the irony is if Chris probably doesn't know Nick, he'd probably, win him over in 5 minutes. But, people like to be right, as you say, Mike.
Yes, and Nick is, a guy. I say he's a hard guy because when he got hired, he was nobody's pick. So he had no support coming in other than maybe the people said, hey, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Other than that, it was, who is this guy? I wanted somebody else. So Nick had a hard time. He wins a Super Bowl. He's been to a Super Bowl. You got to be looking at Nick Sirianni as a guy now who's ahead Dick Vermeil, ahead of Andy Reid, and ahead of Doug Peterson.
Well, yeah, I mean, if there's only 2 coaches, like I said, I mean, you got to go to Vince Lombardi and John Madden. That's it. That's the two higher winning percentages than Nick Sirianni. So, I mean, he's way ahead of the curve of Andy Reid, way ahead of the curve of Dick Vermeil, whoever you want to go to in this franchise's history, but most franchises. So, it's rare you see this type of thing. And I think a lot of people say, well, he came in with great talent. Well, they won 4 games the year before, whatever it was. It wasn't like, they were very good in 2021. They started 2-5. They turned it around. They figured it out with a first-time starting quarterback. They made the playoffs that season. Then they make the Super Bowl. They make the playoffs again. Then they win the Super Bowl. I mean, that's big time stuff. And the assumption that, he always had this roster, which, admittedly is the best in the NFL, is not the case. And he's the one keeping it all together. Some of these things you look at, I was like my NBA comparisons. I mean, the one good thing about Phil Jackson was, he was the guy, if you had a bunch of talent, that he could, for whatever reason, make sure they were on the same page. That's a trait too, because there's a lot of egos involved. There's a lot of people. Think about the offense, and we've been talking about it all year. Everybody wants the football. These are superstar players. They all want to put their imprint on the game, but somehow, Nick Sirianni gets them to, play as a team, and that's, it may be intangible, but it's a trait, and he's proven that he can do it.
Obviously this team got off to that 2-2 start. What, in your mind, transpired from that moment to go on a 10-game winning streak? They had the hiccup against Washington, and then they roll off straight through to the Super Bowl.
Well, I think what happened at that moment was they said to them, remember what happened because of that collapse in 2023, and Nick talked about it at the post-Super Bowl winning press conference, the adversity of that, and, I call it scapegoating. Some people think it's that harsh, but the scapegoating of Brian Johnson, Alex Tanney, and there was pretty much an edict to say you had to get an outside voice for the offense, which was described as stale and stagnant and all that kind of stuff. And they spent the whole off season trying to evolve it and trying to, everybody wanted creativity, everybody wanted motion, everybody wanted all this, bells and whistles, and they tried to do it, and it didn't work. And they scaled back at the Week 5 bye, and they said, we got the best offensive line in the sport. We got the best running back in the sport. Let's lean on them. And they went back to what they were playing in 2021 and 2022 and 2023. And they executed, and they rode it all the way to the Super Bowl. So that's what happened at Week 5. And it's interesting because I think they probably pulled the plug a little bit too soon, because you do, and even this offseason, even after winning the Super Bowl, after losing Kellen Moore today, they will start the offseason with the mentality of, all right, we have to evolve the offense. We have to get a little bit better in the passing game especially. And they will try to do it, the offseason training camp, and, they'll start the season that way. And if it doesn't work again, they'll scale back to where they were this season. And they have enough talent to do that. So that's where it all changed. And the irony is, as I said, that Week 4 game in Tampa, it looked ugly, but it looked ugly because A.J. wasn't on the field, Devontae wasn't on the field, Lane Johnson wasn't on the field.
Yeah,
so,
of course, yeah.
There was a silver lining to that panic, and the silver lining was they just said, hey, Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata came in and said, let's just run it. And they just ran it.
A couple of years ago, there was that notion that, Jeffrey Lurie wanted a team that threw the ball. They won the game against Green Bay. He was mad. Why we run the ball so much? Has that tapered off? I mean, did he buy into it as well?
No, it is not tapered off. But, yeah, I mean, he's got a Super Bowl. Yeah, he's happy like everybody else. If you win the final game, everybody's happy. So even Jeffrey's not going to complain. But, yeah, long term, he wants a different style of offense. And the first order of business, I said it before the Super Bowl, win, lose, whatever, will be to again do what they said they were going to do with Kellen Moore and never did. It'll be the same thing this year, no matter who the offensive coordinator is.
Do you think the offensive coordinator is an in-house, or is this something they're going to do what they did last time and try to get another voice from outside the organization?
I think it's going to be Kevin Patullo for a number of reasons. One is, he's Nick's most trusted advisor. He's been his right-hand man since he got here. And now he has the cachet to do it. whereas he didn't have that last offseason, or he didn't even have it when they had to elevate Brian Johnson, because when it came to Brian Johnson, the Eagles were concerned about losing him to other organizations who were going to make him a coordinator.
You're saying
so
Nick has the
really,
cachet to do it.
Yes. So obviously, once you win the Super Bowl, unless Chris Canty is your boss, you got a little bit of cash.
Well, and I would only bring this up to you because Doug, we saw the Press Taylors and the Mike Groves, and that was a big point of contention with him after they won the Super Bowl. Is they didn't like some of the guys that he was picking.
Well, they were fine with the guys he was picking when he picked them. They were not fine afterwards.
Gotcha.
It's a matter of in fact, I always tell, Doug didn't. The Press Taylor is a great story because Doug didn't even hire Press Taylor. He came in under Chip Kelly, and he would, for years, the Eagles would talk him up as a future coaching star, and then Doug took a liking to him, and things went poorly, and all of a sudden he was spun in a different direction. So, I mean, that kind of stuff. Nobody was upset with Mike Grove being elevated at the time. I'm not going to say nobody. There's always fans who don't know him and don't recognize him and things like that. But nobody in the organization. And then things didn't go the way they wanted. And then people got to get scapegoated. Same thing with Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson was regarded as an absolute future star by that organization, by Jeffrey and Howie. It's a future star, and right up until he wasn't. And I always joke. You were in Minneapolis, and I may even have said it to you because I said it to a bunch of people. I said after watching them win Super Bowl 52, I said, well, Doug's got a lifetime dispensation card, and that lasted 3 years. So I got that one.
I mean, I guess, but would Doug have been here had he? They didn't want to fire him. He didn't conform.
Well, yeah, that's part of it. I mean, he got tired of sort of, being told what to do. So that was certainly part of it. But in the case of Nick, I'm learning from my mistakes. He's probably got 2 years. He bought 2 years. But, I mean, the expectations are so high now. I mean, already people are – I had to fly to Detroit yesterday, fly back to Philadelphia. Didn't get back to my house till 2:30 in the morning. So I crossed a lot of Eagles fans yesterday, and they're already talking about going out to San Francisco, Santa Clara next year.
Well, we'll get into that that potential and Howie's season coming up. But you were there Sunday night. It was 7-0 after the first quarter. Let's remember that. It was a football game after the first quarter. When did the game get away from Kansas City where they just got bulldozed?
The Cooper pick six is probably, and then the Zach Ball diving interception. Really defensively, I mean,
the Cooper pick six made it 17-0. So at that point, you felt that's it. It's over.
I felt a strong way it was going to be really difficult. I felt it was over when Zach made the interception in the short field and they punched it in. Then it was over. But if you think about the first half, the Eagles scored 24 points in the first half. They gave up 23 yards in the first half. Kansas City didn't convert a third down. I think they had one first down in the entire first half. The pressure was unbelievable. They didn't blitz once all night, and it was just front four pressure. And, those guys did an amazing job. And then, one thing I said Kellen Moore should do is just throw go routes against the blitz, and that's exactly what he did. And they were there to the point where the Eagles, even with that explosive win, they left meat on the bone because there were a couple throws there. One, Jalen got hit. If he was able to get a little bit more on it, In another, he just missed AJ, didn't put enough air under the ball, or they would have been, probably at 50 plus. Yeah, it was a dominant performance, and it started with the defense. The defense was just unbelievable. The first 30 minutes of the game was over at halftime, and they had given up 23 yards, 1 first down. Kansas City was 0 for 6 on third down. I think Mahomes had been sacked 3 times at that point. Just one of the best defensive performances in Super Bowl history.
Well, part of the reason why, you just said it, they didn't have to blitz. They didn't have to blitz because Josh Sweat and Milton Williams, among others, got to the quarterback 4.5 times between the two of them. They are now free agents, so this will be interesting. All week long last week I kept saying, isn't it interesting that the two free agents, you have a chance to make some money if they have big games, and here they both have monster games. Sweat switches agents here. But they had the two matchups, right? You had Caliendo against Williams, and you had Tooney against Sweat, and it was like, hey, you have the ability to go out and make some money, and they took advantage of it. That was probably the biggest story of the night.
Yeah, those two, Jalen Carter, it's interesting. Jalen Carter did not have a good game. And really Saquon didn't have, production-wise, probably his worst game of the season. And that's your best player on offense, your best player on defense, at least perception-wise. And they both had one of their worst games. Eagles completely destroyed them. That tells you what kind of talent they have on this team. And Milton made himself a lot of money, and Josh Sweat made himself a lot of money because, even though there's a lot of smart organizations, I shouldn't say a lot, there's a few, and I'm not saying they're not good players because they're very good players, but you should never be paying people off one game, even the Super Bowl.
Well, you see that all the time, right? Guy gets an interception, he's the MVP. Who was that, Larry Brown? Alvin Harper. Go back to Alvin Harper.
Dixon Edwards, those old Cowboys teams get. Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting to. There's a lot of dumb organizations that pay guys off one game. Now, they'll be getting good players, especially Milton. Milton's not only good, he's young. And he's going to get $20 million plus now. I would think at that position is a position people pay for.
Of the three, John, is there a priority?
Well, I'd like to keep Milton number one, but he's going to be the most expensive and probably the most difficult to keep. Josh, I think, is the one that's probably going to move on, unfortunately, for a number of reasons. And the Eagles kind of foreshadowed that before last season when they redid his contract. He was under contract and they shortened it to get a little bit of relief, and now he's right back with Drew Rosenhaus as an agent coming off that game. So you'd figure at edge he's going to get 15. That's a $15 million minimum. So it's going to be very difficult to keep him. Zach is the one guy I'm pretty confident they're going to keep. Howie knows he's got to get that one done. And Milton, it'll be, my perspective on Milton is he bet on himself to this point, so he's not going to do the Eagles any favors before free agency. And if he gets to free agency, there are going to be teams willing to go 23, 24 a year, I think. So it's going to be really difficult with Milton Williams.
Talking with John McMullen, Birds 365, Sports Illustrated, and of course the Eagles win Super Bowl 59, and the MVP is Jalen Hurts. And I say this whole chatter: is he top 5? Is he top 10? Is he top 15? Is he top 20? Is he bottom 20? What he is the best winner in football. That's what he is. I don't know if he's a top 5 quarterback. What's the difference? Like we feel like we have to categorize everybody. Everybody needs lists. I don't care where you put Hurts on the list. He's able to do something Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson can't, is beat Patrick Mahomes.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't like boiling it down to quarterback versus quarterback. I never do. I mean, my whole thought process, it's not like Patrick Mahomes is a bad quarterback. I've been saying for the years, I've probably told you 100 times, you can't play offense if you can't block people. I don't care who you have. At quarterback, at running back, at receiver, any skill position. If you cannot block people, you cannot play offense. It's no coincidence that, Tom Brady, the 2 losses against the Giants, Patrick Mahomes, the 2 losses in the Super Bowl against Tampa and now the Eagles, all 4 of them just destroyed with pressure. In the case of Brady, straight up the middle. In the case of Mahomes, pass rushes without having to be blitzed. You cannot play offense if you can't block people. And that's what happened to those 2 historically great quarterbacks in 4 different Super Bowls. So I don't like to boil it down to quarterback versus quarterback. But what I will say again, and you talk about Jalen being a Super Bowl MVP, I mean, he was better in the first Super Bowl. I think that's the best game he ever played.
Well, it's funny all week. The narrative kind of for me was, John, his best game was a game they lost, and that's why he doesn't care about stats. He reflects back and says the best game I ever played, we lost, and that's why his temperament to play that position is why you've won a Super Bowl.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's unique, and I've used that word a lot to describe him. He plays the position differently than everybody else, even the other dual threats, because he's a dual threat in a different way when it comes to physicality and things like that versus pure athleticism. When you think about Lamar Jackson and Jaden Daniels or people like that. So he plays the game in a very unique way. He's relentless, and he's got this rare ability to flush plays. People talk about it. It's become a cliche. But he can do it. I always say about quarterbacks, you can watch a quarterback, and you even saw it with Patrick Mahomes, a Hall of Fame quarterback. 99% of them, when they don't have it, they don't have it. In other words, I like the pitching comparison. Sometimes you got your best stuff, sometimes you don't. And there's very few people that can grind through it and get you to a win. That's Jalen Hurts. He grinds, and I've seen it so many times over the years where he's not playing well, and then he makes a couple plays in the fourth quarter, and the Eagles win the game. Most guys are mentally shot by that point if they're not playing well. And when he is playing well, like he was in the Super Bowl, then it's almost, what do you do? The one thing Kansas City did well was stop Saquon Barkley.
Mm-hmm. 57 yards, 25 carries, 57 yards.
Yeah, it's probably the only thing they did well in the entire game. But it didn't matter. It did not matter. So if I went into that game and I told you, on Sunday morning, Mike, Jalen Carter's going to have his worst game of the season, and Saquon Barkley's going to have his worst game of the season.
Right.
You would have thought, well, the Eagles are in trouble. they blew them out.
Yeah, there was so many matchups that they won. The individual one-on-ones. They had to try to keep Kelsey in to try to help out because they just couldn't block anybody. The pressure was just Mahomes saw it coming almost from the snap. He was just running for his life. It was unbelievable to watch it. It was like a symphony of domination all over the field, and the Philadelphia Eagles. And you can make the argument, John, as you just said, Barkley wasn't his best, Carter wasn't his best. The Eagles blew and dominated them out, and didn't even play their best game.
Yeah, and didn't. Yeah, I thought this would be, for instance, a Jalen Carter game.
Yeah.
And it turned into be a Milton Williams game.
Think about this, John. The Eagles have beaten Reed and Mahomes, Belichick and Brady. And if you want to go back to 60, they beat Lombardi and Starr. I mean, pretty good coach-quarterback combinations that this were. So when they've won them, they've earned them. And you look at, this might be the best Eagles team of all time. This might be one of the best Super Bowl winning teams of all time.
Yeah, it's tough to always grade different eras. I mean, you talk about the Steelers and 4 Super Bowls. I mean, but to me, that was, no free agency. You can get a core group of Hall of Famers together for a decade, win a bunch, and that's what they did. To do what the Eagles have done in the free agency era, where there's so much turnover, in a lot of ways, is even more impressive. And they'll have to do it again. But it certainly was one of the more impressive Super Bowl performances. You know, San Francisco 55-10 stands out. The Montana Walsh 49ers. Seattle destroying the Broncos at MetLife Stadium. That was one of those performances where was really impressive. But it's up there as far as dominating Super Bowl.
Well, in an era too, John, where we don't see that anymore. You know, we don't see the Super Bowls have been good. They've been well played. They've been, and this is one that reminds me of like growing up, where the NFC just blew the doors off the AFC and was never competitive. This was that kind of Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean this was the most. The first 30 minutes of the game was certainly the most dominant performance I've seen in recent Super Bowl history. It might be the crazy thing is I think you go through the regular season and not see a performance like that, and they're doing it on the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
In the Super Bowl. I mean, you just don't see that. Again, 24 points to 23 yards. Not to mention, it's not against the Carolina Panthers or the worst team in football. It's against supposedly the best team in football coming into the game. I wish Super Bowl MVP. I wish you could give it to Vic Fangio or the defense as a whole, because I think they really won the game. But it's I can't say enough about that defensive performance. It was just astonishing to watch. They just smothered them at every single step of the way.
Utter domination. John McMullen, we'll have more on what's next for the Eagles. Kellen Moore, of course, he is now a member of the New Orleans Saints. We'll see what's next there, what they do if they make a decision quickly here. The offseason is now here, but we're going to let this one sink in for at least another 24 hours here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, the offseason now begins, and we have you covered on the Sports Bash. John, thanks as always, buddy. It's been
doing some business on air. You're back in the mix tomorrow.
I am back. Yes, I am back to my normal my Wednesday. I am back.
All right, 8:20, buddy. I'll talk to you then.
All right, man. There's John. All right, John McMullen here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Yeah, I generally do 8:20 on Wednesdays on Birds 365, but I have been away almost a month that I have not been on the show. I'm like, I don't even routines. What are they? Sports Bash is live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. Please subscribe at Mike Gill Show on YouTube and follow on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. You can comment in the comments section on the YouTube show. You can watch that on your phone. Our Super Bowl 59 recap coverage brought to you by the experts at Shore Physicians Group, Orthopedic Surgery and Sports Medicine Division. Learn more at shorephysicians.com. John McMullen, as always, brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Stop in and take advantage of the game-changing savings all month long at Boardwalk Honda. I'm Mike Gill, and coming up, we got so much more for you, including Adam Kaplan's thoughts on Super Bowl 59 and what's next at offensive coordinator. Is there a name that stands out to him? Casey Joyner tonight recaps the Super Bowl at 5:30. We are just getting started in this 3 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing service, and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907, online broadleys.net. That's Eagles wide receiver coach Aaron Moorhead. He was on Amber and Ann here on 97.3 ESPN. I love the bite. That's what great coaches do. You don't have to say, I know more than everybody. It's okay to say, I want to learn more from everybody to make me the guy that people want to call in a couple of years. 20 years from now, someone's going to call Nick Sirianni and say, hey, what did you do to get ready for the Super Bowl? Give me some information. Because that's what great coaches do. We have this mindset that the great coach doesn't need any help. And I would say that is foolish to think that that's the way these guys operate in the year 2025. I think in a years gone by, these guys probably didn't compare notes. Heck, they didn't even want to trade VHS tapes so that you can scout them. Now the stuff's out all over the place.
I do think it's interesting that Sirianni is also part of a very unique fraternity, Mike, because he lost his first Super Bowl as a head coach, and they went on to win one later. Very, very interesting group. He joins guys like Tom Landry as guys who lost their first Super Bowl and went on to win one later.
Well, it's an interesting thing. It's like, okay, this guy went to a Super Bowl. He's now won a Super Bowl. So do you say, hey, he's won a Super Bowl and been to one, so I can't expect him to get to 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, so I just got to move on from him? Or do you say he got to 1, he won one, he should be able to get to 3, 4, and 5? Because most times there's only a handful of guys, Andy Reid, Bill Belichick. Not too many guys go to 3, 4, 5 Super Bowls.
Right, but also you mentioned it yesterday, Mike, about his age, right? His age factors in as well. It's not like he's a much older coach. Like when George Seifert won his first Super Bowl with the 49ers, he was already an older gentleman at that point. He only got back to one more after that.
609-403-0973. Dan in the EHT says, I give a lot of credit to Moore on not giving up on the run game. Chiefs were trying to make them one-dimensional, and Hurts gashed them 3 times up the middle on Chief blitzes. That was huge. Yeah, and Dan, if you remember last week, one of the things I said is I think you're going to see a bigger game from Jalen Hurts in the design run. Now, they didn't do a lot of them, but he outrushed Barkley. And if you remember, there's a big run in that game where Barkley was the lead blocker for Hurts, and that ended up being a big play in the game. Jalen Hurts and the Eagles' run game, the Jalen Hurts portion of the Eagles' run game was the better run version on Sunday night. They could not run the ball with Saquon Barkley. He had one run early in the game. It was like the first run of the game. He
got
like
the first
6,
run off
7
the left side, yeah.
He got like 6, 7 yards. But other than that, they just did not have success unless Jalen Hurts ran the football.
And by the way, Barkley deserves a lot of credit as well because you mentioned the block he had on the Jalen Hurts run. He also had a great block on the touchdown throw to Devonta Smith. No one talks about if he doesn't get that block on the blitz, that touchdown never happens.
609-403-0973. Mike, I give Nick credit, but I also think everyone knows it's Jeff and Howie's team. Coaches come and go. If they moved on from Doug after winning, they can win. They can with Nick. I mean, you just heard what Aaron Moorhead said about the detail-oriented nature. I've heard that so much from players and coaches that have been around Nick Sirianni. They all talk about, fans want to hear that you're some X and O genius. They don't care that you're organized or you give great speeches or that kind of stuff. That stuff doesn't resonate. They want to hear that you come up with good game plans and you have great X's and O's and you design great plays. That's what resonates with the fan base. But, you say you give Nick credit, but this is Jeff and Howie's team. But Jeff and Howie are not on the sideline coaching the game on Sunday. So I said, if you're going to say everyone knows it's Jeff and Howie's team, then don't be the guy that blames Nick Sirianni and say, it's his fault they lost.
This is what Howie Roseman said Sunday night after the Eagles won Super Bowl 59.
I'm incredibly proud of Coach Sirianni, what he goes through, and I work with him every day, and he's a special guy, and he has this saying, you can't be great without the greatness of others, and I think that's our team, that saying. Certainly, I can't play, I can't call the plays, so I can't be a world champion unless those guys execute, and so I think this is for our city. When you do it once, sometimes people think it's a fluke. When you do it twice, they can't take it away from you, brother.
Howie said something that stands out to me so much. I said the quote earlier from Jalen Hurts. It's the beginning until there's the end. Mm-hmm. It's always the beginning until there's an end. You can't be great without the greatness of others. This is where the Eagles players are totally bought into Nick Sirianni. When Nick Sirianni says you can't be great without the greatness of others. And then everybody else in the organization is also saying it. Saquon Barkley said it the other night. You can't be great without the greatness of others. That's a Nick Sirianni quote that the team rallied around. You can't be great without the greatness of others. Michael Jordan can't win unless he has Phil Jackson's greatness and Scottie Pippen's greatness. You can't be the best version of yourself without the best version of others around you. You could be a great husband, but if you have a lousy wife, it's not a great marriage. You might be doing your job. If she doesn't do hers, it's not a great marriage. She might be a great wife. You could be a lousy husband. If you're out drinking every night and she's home waiting for you to come home, that's not a great marriage. You both need to be great to make it work. And Nick Sirianni says, you can't be great without the greatness of others. That's why this team won, to that guy in the text message. Jeffrey's a great owner. Howie's the best at his job. Nick has a great staff, and he allows them to do their job because he's great at his job. He's got a great running back. He's got a great offensive line. He's got great receivers. He's got great defense. He's got the greatness of others. Made this team the greatest team in the league this year.
Mike, you mentioned about how the players are quoting Nick Sirianni, right? And Chris Long and Bo Allen told a story on the Greenlight podcast that for them was the moment they realized basically like that's who this guy is. This is the reason why the players buy into him. So they went and saw Sirianni after the NFC Championship game. Here's the story.
He's got his feet kicked up on the desk, throws me a shot of Fireball.
Just like empty Fireball shooters all over. Cool as a cucumber. He's like, oh, what's up, Chris? What's up, Bo? Like we
played for him
in the game.
More like we were teammates.
Yeah.
He's got.
Hey, we did it. Like, you want a shot of Fireball? I was like, yeah, coach.
But he's got that thing about him, bro. Like, and that's what when you realize when you're around him is like he feels like one of your teammates.
Sometimes, you can get too chummy, but there's a line, and he knows and they know where not to cross it. There's another listen, Sirianni to me is such an unassuming guy to do this, right? You never envisioned. You hired Nick Sirianni. You're going to win Super Bowl with this guy? That's what makes it even better. And you would think that would make this guy the most popular guy ever. And instead, people just kind of revolted against him because they didn't like the way he did things or said things or stuff he did or stuff he said. You would think him winning the Super Bowl would make this guy the most popular guy in town. He's on, what song was he singing on the stage the other night? And I was just laughing because it's like him realizing that he is so criticized. And the song's lyrics is him just kind of laughing at the people who just don't get him. And listen, I get it. There's a lot of people out there that just don't get him. The one time that he rubbed me the wrong way was this year when he got into it with the fan. I thought that was really petty.
And then he had his children as human shields at the press conference.
And he had the kid. You're absolutely right. That was the one week where I was like, that's kind of weak sauce, man.
Yeah,
Other than that, I have really enjoyed Nick as the head coach. I think he listens to his other coaches. I think he listens to the players. I think he adapts. I think he changes. His first year here, he was 2-5. The team was not very good. The team went to him and said, look, we can be good. Let's try this. They went to the playoffs that year. At that point there, I said, this guy has the temperament to be a great head coach.
And they did the same thing this year, by the way. Remember, it was Lane Johnson and the team captains that went to Sirianni and Kellen Moore and said, we need to run the ball more. And Sirianni said, all right, let's do it. And then they went on to have that 10-game winning streak after that.
Shaner in Corbin City says, I'm not quite ready for next season yet. I'm still stuck on this win. The entire area is so happy. No one is angry on the road or mad in line at Wawa. Everyone's saying go Birds, and Eagles chants dominate the supermarket. Special time to be a Philly fan. I was happy several players gave South Jersey a shout-out. We ain't no Giants or Jets fans. This is Eagles country. Shaner, that one kind of stands up the hair on my arms a little bit because I am all about civic pride, loving where you live, loving the team from the area that you are from, not being someone that lives here and hates the home team. I'm not saying you have to be an Eagles fan, but don't be the guy who chooses to live here and then says, I also hate the team here. civic pride at its finest is winning a championship. 346 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Coming up, 4 o'clock, football at 4 in 14 minutes. Adam Kaplan recaps the game and the season. Coming up on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Why don't you just let me live?
Let Nick cook.
Nick Sirianni is a Super Bowl champion. Maybe the most improbable Super Bowl champion head coach of all time. I'm trying to think. Who was the guy? Barry Switzer might be on that list.
Yeah, Barry Switzer, Cowboys, third one. Yep.
Final takeaways is the Eagles win their second Super Bowl. Roster sustainability. We're going to get into that coming up next. Football at 4. Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast is set to join us here on the Sports Bash. Football at 4 is on the way. This hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast is here, and our Super Bowl 59 recap coverage is brought to you by the experts at Shore Physicians Group, Orthopedic Surgery and Sports Medicine Division. Learn more at shorephysiciansgroup.com. Well, we spent all week in New Orleans, and it culminated with a dominating performance, Adam Kaplan, by the Philadelphia Eagles. And I don't know how many people had the Eagles just dominating the matchup, but they wind up winning 17 of their last 18 games. They had a 10-game winning streak, a 6-game winning streak, and they are the best team in the NFL, and it wasn't even close.
It was never competitive. Yeah, put that on your bingo card. I'm stunned. I know our Jason Avant told me. In fact, I interviewed him for Sports Grid. I know he was on with you and Jeff on Football at 4. Jason said it would be a 3-point game. The Chiefs win or the Eagles will blow them out. And he wasn't the only player. I counted 7 former players thought that the Chiefs could get blown out. Of all the players that I interviewed for Sports Grid last week, I probably interviewed, 30 to 40 former players. Here's what happened, Mike, and this is probably what they were thinking. The Chiefs' offense has underachieved all season. Now, it should have been better than it had been. They have speed. You saw Xavier Worthy when it was a blowout. He started to make some big plays, but it didn't matter. But they had offensive line problems. You and I talked about, Mike, with Jeff, the problems that the Chiefs had at left tackle. Joe Thuney and I played left tackle since college. He started doing it in the playoffs, actually late in the regular season. And Andy Reid and Andy Heck, the offensive line coach, decided to stay with it. Not only did they decide to stay with it, Mike, another thing that really surprised me was they're down 24-0. They cannot protect. Why not go with DJ Humphries, the veteran left tackle? He's over his hamstring problem. They decided not to do it. That was yet another mistake in that game, and it wound up costing them. But overall, like you said, it was never close. It was never even competitive. I had friends of mine, they finally threw the towel in for it being a close game or competitive game. I have friends who didn't watch the game in the fourth quarter because they knew when they were up 37-0. I mean, there's no way that the Chiefs are going to come back.
Well, let's get into some of the reasons why. By the way, Howie Roseman becomes the first GM in the salary cap era to win a Super Bowl with a different, to win with a different quarterback and head coach pairing. Last time he has Doug Peterson and Nick Foles. Now he does it with Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. Hardly anything anybody would have predicted when they took Jalen with the 51st pick and then hired Nick Sirianni as the head coach. I'm sure nobody saw a Super Bowl coming, but Hurts, he had an outstanding game. He's not 350 yards, but he had a big moment in the running game because they slowed Barkley down, and then the passing game. He had moments in the passing game. He had moments in the running game.
Yeah, it's funny, Mike, because we were saying on our post-game show that all along we were concerned about Mahomes and those back-breaking scrambles when they're not designed runs. They rarely design runs for him. It's usually scrambles, whereas Hurts has plenty of designed runs. So what happened is a couple of those were back-breaking scrambles where they weren't designed. He happened to see daylight, and he ran. And, yeah, he was a leading rusher of the game. I mean, he ran the ball great. He had the shot plays. We'd said in our pregame show that they will have no problem going after Trent McDuffie, their best corner. He's really better playing on the inside. He's shorter than 5'11". A.J. Brown has a couple inches on him. You saw that in the game. It was to the point, Mike, had this game even been within 2 touchdowns, and being how aggressive Kellen Moore is a play caller, I mean, they could have put up easily 60 points. I'm not joking. The Eagles didn't have to. They didn't have what we call a passing tempo because they didn't have to throw the ball. But Hurts was very efficient, very accurate. The protection, for the most part, was outstanding. Yeah, there was a problem when Becton left. Tyler Steen had some problems. They gave up pressure up the middle. On Hurts' interception, that clearly they couldn't protect him. I mean, I know some people were saying he shouldn't have thrown it. That's a tough call there, but yeah, the ball was way short. But other than that, he was terrific. But if I was voting, I would have went Josh Sweat 1 and Hurts 1A. Josh Sweat had the best game as an Eagle. As a veteran coach told me, I was trying to figure out what this guy thought of the pressure rate numbers. He said three pressures is a good game. 7 is ridiculously great, and it's hard to do. So Josh Sweat, who's a free agent, and Zach Bond did it again. I mean, it's just one of those things where, I talking to friends of mine, I always like to get a gauge of how they felt, how their team did. They were kind of in awe of everything. They never had to be nervous. Eagles fans are always nervous. If you're a Philadelphia sports fan in general, you're always nervous. How could you possibly be nervous going to the second half? I mean, they're up 24-0. I know you're always worried about Mahomes, comeback kid. He couldn't do a thing.
Yeah, no, and listen, I don't know if you were on at the time when we were talking about this, but we said Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, Zach Bond, all free agents. Yep. What better stage to raise your price tag? And all three of them, I think, got a little bit of a raise on Sunday night.
Oh, Mike, I got to tell you something. So this is Mike Caliendo. I called Mike, don't call him Frank Caliendo when we talked about the show.
Yeah.
So a guy that I know, I think he might have went to Western Michigan. Anyway, a friend of mine who's been scouting for another team told me, he goes, we didn't even give him a priority free agent grade. We got a game, a non-signing grade. Mike Caliendo had no business starting. I know that they wanted to keep the same left side of their line, which they had for 6 weeks. That was a mistake. As I said earlier here, they should have kept Tooney inside at left guard. They didn't even do it in the second half. I hate to say that cost them the game. Well, that was a contributing factor. The turnover battle, Mike, let's not forget about that. Here, this is another part of this game, by the way, that stunned me. Of all people, Jahan Dotson made not one but two big plays in the game. One of them, look, the review showed that he didn't score. I mean, Jahan Dotson, Mike, he'll be their third receiver next year. He'll be on the final year's rookie deal. It's quite the story.
Big time story. And by the way, there was a bettor that put $1,000 on him to score the first touchdown of the game. How do you think he feels? 1 yard short, plus 8,500 for Dotson to score. And then,
right?
Man. One of the things that got them in the first game against the Chiefs in Super Bowl 57 was the coverage, and the coverage was outstanding. By the way, how about this? 2 of the top 10 highest paid players on the Eagles were inactive for the game. Huff and Bradbury not inactive, but he didn't play. They are 2 of the top 10 highest paid players on the roster, James Bradbury and Bryce Huff.
Yeah, Bryce Huff at $17 million a season. The Eagles cannot get out of his contract unless they get someone to take him, and I'm sure they would have to eat a lot of the money. So, yeah, $17 million down the tubes. But you know what? We need to mention Howie Roseman. It's impossible to get every decision right. I kind of defended that one when it happened because I know how a lot of people in the league felt. Unfortunately, he's really bad in the scheme. You know, he piped off, and unfortunately, he did an interview with a New Jersey paper. I don't know. In fact, I read part of it on the plane flying back Saturday, so that means he put it out before the game. That was not smart. No one really read it, or it was not talked about. I'll be interested to see if look, Howie's been willing to eat money before. I can't imagine Bryce Huff comes back. I know the Eagles have issues at pass rush with their edge rush going forward because of contracts. But Bryce Huff is really, honestly, even Jordan Davis got better late in the season. Anyone who dressed, Mike, almost everyone has contributed. Look, Johnny Wilson, I don't need to drop pass. He's had some really good blocks this season. Kenny Gainwell, really a good final year of his contract. Will Shipley's had a couple moments this season. So this roster's has been really, really good.
Well, let's talk about the roster and how sustainable it is to bring some of these guys back. You got key guys. You do have the core back, but some key guys. Becton would be key. Gainwell, not a key guy, but he has a role. Milton Williams, key. Josh Sweat, key. Zach Bond, key. Rogers had a role. Graham, is he going to come back? So let's take a look at your thoughts on the sustainability of this roster.
All right, so, Mike, first of all, their offense is pretty much going to be intact. All starters are back, other than Becton. Who they haven't made a decision yet. I'm sure they'll try to re-sign him. They drafted Tyler Steen for a reason. I know Steen was up and down the season. They had some really great snaps this season. Some were not good enough. In the end, it's hard to imagine Becton will be back because they drafted Steen to play guard, not tackle, which he played in college at Alabama. Gainwell really had a terrific season. Now, Barkley had one really good chip in the game. He really did, which was a big part of a big play they had in the game. I think, as a matter of fact, it might have been one of the deep balls, but bottom line is Gainwell is the best pass protector. As we reported at the time when he was drafted in 2021, Nick Sirianni was instrumental in Gainwell being an Eagle. He pushed for him. Their staff loved him, and I got to give their staff credit. They, in fact, he was, believe it or not, they had a lower than I think, what was he drafted in the 5th round, 6th round, whatever. He was drafted a little bit higher when we were told than the grade that they had on him. So that was a good pick. Now, Milton Williams is going to be looking for Hargrave money. That's the feeling around the NFL. I gave that to our Patreon people a couple weeks ago. I still feel that way. It's going to be hard to re-sign him. They want him back, but it's going to be hard. Josh Sweat, I'd be surprised if he comes back. You change agents. You remember he took the major pay cut last season, almost 50% pay cut. He had a good season, great, best game as an Eagle in the Super Bowl. Going to be hard to keep him.
He had the best game out of any defensive end maybe in history.
I mean, he was
he was unbelievable.
He really was, Mike. And let's not forget, we don't talk about this enough. He's a terrific run defender, above average pass rusher. It's been a great story of development as a fourth-round pick out of that great 2018 draft for the Eagles. BG's got to make a decision. He's backed off of retiring. He has not decided yet. Look, you always want to go out on top. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. Why would he come back? But I would tell you this, though. That game he had in Week 12 against the Rams when he got hurt, he was unstoppable. He looked healthy, by the way, as healthy as you're going to get after that surgery. He played 13 snaps. The big one that I didn't mention, the Zach Bond situation. I know he's want him back badly. From what I understand, he wants to be back. They've made it clear to his agent they want him back. The Eagles hate using the tag. I know they're not going to want to do that. This is a priority for them, which is comical because we put this out at the time that it's unlikely the Eagles. We put this out probably somewhere around the Super Bowl, but maybe a little bit after it, that they were not going to bring that TJ Edwards. They probably wouldn't make him an offer. And they did. And what they did with Edwards was they told his people, hey, before he signs, and we wound up being Chicago, let us know what you're getting. And then the Eagles decided they weren't going to match it. I know
it's Saquon Barkley'd him.
In a way, yes, based on the video, yeah. But with Zach Bond, I know it's not what the Eagles do. It goes against their organizational belief, football operations belief, really, to not pay inside backers. But they're going to do everything can. It's too early here, Mike.
Yeah,
they don't talk in contract. Teams don't do contract negotiations now. They wait. Agents don't want to do anything until they get to the combine because they want to know what the market looks like.
Of the three, do they have a preference or a priority? Like if they had to say, we want one of these three guys back.
I would say Milton Williams because it's so hard to find guys who could put. He is, Mike. This guy's no weakness in his game.
Is Oren Burks back next year?
Burks, yeah, he's on my list. I'll get to him in a minute. I would say Williams, Bond 1A, and then Sweaty. I think they're going to bring two back.
Okay.
Again,
that's optimistic.
This is a feeling. They're going to. Let's put it this way: they're going to do everything they can to do it. If it's only one, it's only one. Yeah. I definitely don't think they'll be shut out. Zach Bond, Isaiah Rodgers, boy, he was really good, Mike, in his role as the third outside corner. I know the Eagles will want to bring him back, but they're not going to be able to pay him. And then Burks, boy, he did a good job.
He was great.
Now, what's that?
He was great.
Yeah, but late in the season he was. The first game he started to not play well. Then after that, he's been really solid. They could not expose him in coverage, the Chiefs. I was surprised. See, here's the thing with Burks. The Eagles have to admit, if they don't bring Bond, if they cannot re-sign Bond for whatever reason, then they could go as high as maybe $5 million a season for Burks, which would almost be double what he made this season. So there are a lot of balls in the air for Howie Roseman in his front office. They have a lot of work to do. They won't get started till next week. We got the parade on Friday. He's going to have to go. I know the Eagles' offices are closed this week, but he can obviously go in if he wants to. But we'll talk. We're actually. I'll let you know next week. This is the way it works with us. We get started on free agency next week for Inside the Birds. We're gonna break down all the contract information, a lot of stuff that you need to know. We'll take you behind the scenes of what we know already, and it's going to be a fascinating free agency. But I have to tell you, Mike, I was never expecting. I'll put my hand up. I was one of those who said I didn't think they were a Super Bowl team to start the season because they had so many questions, Mike, particularly on defense. And who knew that their defense comparatively would be a little bit better than their offense this season? I sure as heck didn't know.
I know you got to roll real quick. Kellen Moore's going to New Orleans in-house or somebody outside?
Yeah, we felt, Mike, and we've been talking about this now for a month. In fact, we couldn't come up with another name. We felt that passing game coordinator / associate head coach and a very close friend of Nick Sirianni, Kevin Patullo, will get the bump up. And here's what one coach told me from around the league. He said, look, they're not going to want to change the scheme again for Jalen Hurts, who is, I think, this will be a minimum of his 10th different play caller in his football playing career. Remember now, he had his first 2 years Brian Johnson 3, Kellen Moore 4. This will be 5th. This will be his 5th year with Kevin Patullo. It's been our expectations for about 4 or 5 weeks. What we couldn't get clearance on is, okay, well, what scheme are they going to run? We still don't know, but this coach, who knows the Eagles coaches pretty well, he thinks they'll just keep the same scheme. Don't change the terminology. He knows Patullo, and that's the way they'll stick it. Now, we'll talk more about this, Mike, on Friday, football at 4, but I'd be a little bit surprised if they went outside to bring somebody in.
All right, there's a couple guys that have ties to Sirianni, Frank Reich, Mike McCoy, Doug Peterson is out there. That would never happen.
It will not be. Frank Reich has been, just so you know, Frank Reich, according to coaches who have worked with him, is semi-retired. I know Nick and Frank are best friends, but Frank's not a great play caller. I'm going to just tell you the truth. He's just not. I know he's a good coach, but he's just not a great play caller. I don't. And by the way, I don't know what kind. Then you'd have to change the scheme again. So we'll talk more about that on Friday, though.
He's back Friday. This is Football at 4. It's a Sports Bash. Adam Kaplan, everybody. Thanks, bud.
Thanks.
All right, Adam, of course, here on the Sports Bash. And, of course, our Super Bowl recap coverage brought to you by the experts at Shore Physicians Group, Orthopedic Surgery and Sports Medicine Division. Learn more at shorephysiciansgroup.com. It's the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel and watch each and every day. You can watch on the X platform as well at Mike Gill Show. And we got so much more to go, including Knicks Nuggets. They're on the way. I got so much more for you. Looking forward to a fun week here, just kind of recapping Super Bowl 59. And then what's next for this team? It is a big offseason for them. And I definitely have thoughts on this particular team and why it was so special. And we're going to share them coming up on the Sports Bash Live. What do you guys think made this team so special? What was the special thing about this team? When that team a couple of years ago won a Super Bowl, you had Doug Peterson, Nick Foles, the underdog mentality. What made this team special? What will you remember about the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles? When you go back to that team that won the first Super Bowl, it's their first Super Bowl, strip sack, Philly special, underdog, Foles, all of it. What will you remember most about the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles? Let me know, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973, and we'll read off some of your answers coming up on the Sports Bash. I want to tell you about Game Day Men's Health in Egg Harbor Township. 1 in 4 men over 30 in the U.S. have low testosterone levels. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health is defining a new era in men's health, delivering premium testosterone replacement therapy, removing the stigma around erectile dysfunction, and supporting weight loss with medical treatments and vitamin therapy. Fast appointments, immediate results, and expert guidance. No shortcuts. Their EHT office provides privacy, comfort, flat screen TVs, and zero fluff. Get stronger, get healthier, and get back in the game with a free testosterone test and a consultation, a complete medical evaluation, and a customized game plan. With an on-site lab, you'll get testosterone levels in 15 minutes. Call Game Day Men's Health and EHT. Here's the number, 609-365-7088, or visit them on English Creek Avenue in EHT and GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them Mike Gill from the Sports Bash sent you for a special offer. When we come back, Nick Earnshaw's here with another edition of Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 426 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Mike Gill. We asked you, what will you remember most about this Super Bowl season? You know, like 2017, Jake Elliott, 61-yarder, underdog, strip sack, Philly special, Nick Foles, Dougie P. You want Philly? Yeah, let's do it. You'll remember all those things. What will you remember about this Super Bowl season? 609-403-0973. Chris from the Villas says, what I'll remember most about this championship Eagles team is the fact that we brought it back to old school football. Run the ball. Don't turn it over and play defense. Saquon was able to do exactly what Saquon does. That's from Chris in the Villas. Let us know. What will you remember the most about this team? It's going to be a different team next year. We already have a different team. Kellen Moore is out. So what will you remember about the 2024 Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles? 609-403-0973. Hey, I want to tell you about the Nizam's Indian Restaurant, Route 40, Egg Harbor Township. Ranked the number 2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey by NJ.com. It's South Jersey's best Indian restaurant, serving authentic food from different parts of South Asia, serving the best delicacies that will satisfy your taste buds. And better yet, they got a 3-day lunch buffet from 11:30 to 3 every Friday, Saturday, Sunday with over 20 items from their unbelievable menu. Enjoy their favorite dishes, chicken tikka masala, butter chicken, and many vegetarian dishes as well. They're open 7 days a week, 11:30 to 9:30. And now, Friday, Saturday, Sunday from 11:30 to 3, they have a lunch buffet. Visit thenizams.com for more information. What was your favorite moment of the 2024 season? What will you remember most about this Philadelphia Eagles team? You know, that 2017 season had moments. The Elliott field goal and so many other things. What stands out about this one? You know, obviously one, I think, is the Saquon Barkley leap in the Jacksonville game. That one will always be remembered. So is that the moment? Is there other moments from this particular season? Let us know. 609-403-0973. It's time for another edition of Nick's Nuggets with Nick Earnshaw. He's brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Get your game on at the Gallery. Bar, book, and games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Go to Ocean. Go for the win. For more, go to oceanac.com. He is the host of the Shift podcast. It's baseball season, Nick Earnshaw. Are we ready to transition, or are we still locked in the glory of Super Bowl 59?
You know, I think we are still a little locked into the glory. We're going to put out another episode of The Shift this week. I believe on Thursday we're going to try and get an episode out. But, I mean, you got until Friday. I mean, after the parade, I mean, that's when it kind of ends, right? You still got to bask in this whole thing. You know, you don't win Super Bowls very often, especially in these parts. Only the second one in their history. So I think you got to bask in the glory a little bit until Friday after the parade, and then you could tone it down a little bit, start making the transition to spring training and the Fighting Phils. Because we're just going to skip over the Sixers and Flyers. There's no hope right there for right now.
Well, I heard Tony Desiri in the update say Phillies Tigers February 22nd. That's the opener. And maybe like, ooh, baseball's back. But no, you're right. Parade on. Now you're going to the parade.
Absolutely. I'll be up at 4 a.m., 3 a.m., trying to get there early, get all the way down to the Art Museum. I was pretty close last time to the Art Museum steps. We were on that corner of one of the roundabouts, and we were right in the front. So I plan on doing the same exact thing this time, Michael. Taking the train in, chanting, spelling the whole thing.
What will you remember most about this Super Bowl season? Do you have an answer? Do you have something that pops right to your mind?
Yeah, I do, because the first game I went to this year was actually in New Orleans, and the way they ended it in New Orleans was fantastic. So that Saquon Barkley run in New Orleans kind of sparked this season for the most part, because everyone was kind of like, oh, man, they're off to a slow start. We don't know how this thing's going to go. They won that in a close game, and they kind of really took off from there. I know they lost the game in Tampa, but then after the bye week, that was fantastic. So that Saquon run in New Orleans, week 3 of the year, that was my favorite moment of the year, because that kind of showed what type of season. That was a foreshadow to the season Saquon was going to have.
Yeah, and I remember that week. We were at Charlie's in Summers Point getting ready for that game, and the Saints had scored 91 points in their first two games, and the Eagles just completely dominated the Saints in that game. And it was a foreshadowing for their season and maybe a foreshadowing for Philadelphia's season. And now Kellen Moore is going to have to take over that Saints team and try to turn them around. But, yeah, that was a moment beating that Saints team that had been so explosive.
Yeah, because it was such a boring game up to that point, right? Like it was a dominant game in the trenches, defensive battle throughout that entire game. And then Saquon took it off. That was great. And then Goddard with the big reception towards the end of the game to set up the lead for the Eagles. And then they eventually go on to win. They ended that game in an interception as well. I think it was Blankenship that ended that game in an interception. So, yeah, I mean, that game essentially foreshadowed the whole season, right? Saquon going off for big runs, right? Kellen Moore eventually becoming the Saints head coach, playing in the Super Bowl in New Orleans, right?
I got a moment
angles there.
I got a moment that stands out. Obviously, the Barkley one will be one, but I'm going to say when Cooper DeJean tackled Jamar Chase was kind of like a moment where I said, okay, this defense can make the big play. They can get the stop. They tackle. If you are a rookie and you can step up on a fourth down and make a stop on one of the premier players in this league, now I'm buying in.
Yeah, that was a big one. And how about Cooper DeJean on Derrick Henry against Baltimore? The big man Derrick Henry. That was a big play. I mean, the defense was a massive, massive, massive reason this team won a Super Bowl. They held the best quarterback in football in check, dominated him. But Derrick Henry getting tackled by Cooper DeJean, you could see they could beat these good teams and keep guys like Lamar Jackson in check, guys like Derrick Henry in check. And that's when you kind of knew this was a special team and a special defense.
Well, listen, I think the defense led them to that chance. I know they scored 40. They did get 7 from the defense, but that defense was the star of the show.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And you could take away any of the defensive moments this year. How about how many games they ended on interceptions? How about the Nakobe Dean interception in that same game where the Saquon backwards jump against Jacksonville? That was a fantastic play to win that one. The story coming out about, the offensive line going to Nick Sirianni or earlier in the season, like when that story came out, that showed a lot. And, when you change over to running the football and kind of change your philosophy a little bit, and ground and pound, utilizing that offensive line, that was a massive, massive reason they won a Super Bowl this season.
All right, man, let's get into the Nuggets. What do we got today?
All right, nugget number one, we got to stick with Kellen Moore a little bit here, and the Eagles offensive coordinator, and yet another season where Jalen Hurts is going to have a new offensive coordinator heading into next year. So we know how this last time rolled around, right? Didn't get it right with Brian Johnson. Supposed to be a Jalen Hurts guy. They stayed in-house. Didn't work out last year, right? This year they bring in Kellen Moore. It worked out pretty good. You win a Super Bowl. You're now going to have to replace that guy now after 1 year. So my thing is with the offensive coordinator, I know there's some rumors about going with the pass game coordinator in Patullo, right? I get that. They should go outside the organization once again and bring somebody new in. The last time they did this, you don't want history to repeat itself. He's more of a pass-first guy. He's never called plays in the NFL. I wouldn't go that route. I would go somewhere outside of the organization. If you were the Philadelphia Eagles, I don't know who that may be just yet, but I think you cannot go and stay in-house. You have to go outside because of what history has shown you with the Birds.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Kevin Patullo doesn't do much for me, and there's another thing that worries me there. When Doug wanted to bring his own guys in, and then they was kind of stubbornly sticking with his guys, the problem with bringing someone from outside the organization is, do you want to keep the same terminology and stick with what you got, or do you want to change to a completely new offense and new terms? I find it to be a tough spot. You're in a catch-22 here. I think I'd prefer to streamline it and keep the terminology consistent rather than saying, hey, Jalen, here's another new playbook for you. So I would actually lean more to Kevin Patullo because of the familiarity and the terminology than bringing in somebody else.
See, I disagree. I get where you're coming from because, I mean, they just won a Super Bowl, right? With the same terminology, with this offense. It's going to look different no matter what. I mean, whoever you put in there, it's not going to be Kellen Moore's offense anymore, right? You had the offensive line go to the head coach and change the offensive philosophy a little bit anyway during the season. So I think having a new voice in there and creating new offensive patterns, offensive schemes, developing new plays. I mean, Jalen's done this his whole career. I mean, he's had to deal with his whole career, and he's overcome it anyway. I think you could still keep the same, packages or terminology heading into next year. But I think a new voice wouldn't be a bad thing, because here's also another
Well,
thing.
you're assuming that the new guy's going to come in and keep this. I mean, he's going to come in with his own names and his own terms and all that stuff, and you're just assuming like, hey, buddy, you're going to keep these names whether you like it or not, and that guy's going to be like, no, that's not my offense.
But also, you're going to attract better candidates that way because of how much turnover there's been. You're going to attract better candidates overall from outside, and other candidates, smart football people, are going to want to be here. I'm not saying Kevin Poole is not a smart football guy, but I think you could get another offensive mind to really take this offense and bring it to another level, because I thought there were times last year, we talked about it ad nauseum on this station, that Kellen Moore kind of dropped the ball at times last year. I mean, it's no secret. He was great in the championship game. He was great in the Super Bowl, play calling wise. But if you could get an offensive mind in here, maybe a new voice, I think you could maybe take this offense to the next level and try something new to keep other teams off balance.
I don't think there's that guy out there, to be honest with you. I don't think there's like some exciting, fresh new guy at this stage of the game. You're into February already. Most guys have gotten jobs. You're acting like this is December and the pick of the litter's out there. If I'm looking at this situation, you bring in somebody that's going to come here, they're going to want to put in their own terms and their own offense. I don't think that's a good idea with this team. They just won the Super Bowl. Let's keep the same terminology. Let's keep everybody on the same page here and try to run it back again. I know Kellen Moore, I agree. I don't think Kellen Moore was great, but having another guy come in with another terminology and another playbook, I think that sets you back a little bit. Keep everything on because this offense was getting better as the season went on. 55 points, 40 points. They were starting to get it. I don't want to have to go back to square one and learn a whole new offense if I don't have to.
Well, I think if you're bringing somebody new in, they're going to recognize what the offense was able to do and why they were able to be so successful. I think, adding to that would be fantastic, and maybe bringing a new voice. You don't want to be complacent either, Mike. Like, I don't think you should want to be complacent if you're the Eagles. You have to keep other teams on your toes. Teams can figure out. There's a whole season of film on you now on what they were able to do this past season. So keeping other teams on your toes, switching it up a little bit. I mean, Jalen's had to learn a new offense every year. So what's another year to learn a new offense? He just won a Super Bowl learning a new offense. So I'm okay if they go outside the organization, keep other teams on their toes. They're going to have one of the hardest schedules, if not the hardest, next year. I think that's what you have to do if you're Sirianni, Roseman, and Lurie.
Yeah, I totally disagree because the guy's not out there. I mean, if you told me, hey, this is the candidate and there's just no guy out there right now that fits your bill. In a perfect world, yeah, bring in the best there is.
Sirianni didn't fit anyone's bill, and he turned out to be a pretty good coach. And
you're also assuming again. Well, they changed offenses, and again, let's do it again at some point. Hey, I got so many terms in my head. Like, let's quit it. Like, why do that? Like, it just to me, you're going down a road too late in the game that doesn't need to be gone down. So, if you told me there was a great candidate, I looked at all the candidates out there. There's no one that you're like, you want Frank Reich, Mike McCoy. I mean, those are the guys you're going. You're going to guys who have been fired as head coaches or have been fired as offensive coordinators in multiple stops. I'd like to say, hey, give me someone who has a familiarity with the players, the terminology, and this offense rather than a failed guy from some other spot.
Well, wasn't Kellen Moore a failed guy? I mean, he wasn't great. He left. He leaves Dallas. He goes to the Chargers. I mean, they didn't win anything. They did nothing until he got here.
Well, the only reason he got fired from
those type of guys.
Well, the only reason he got fired from the Chargers is because they brought a new head coach in who wanted his own guy. It wasn't because they thought he did a bad job. It was just Harbaugh wanted his own staff in there.
Yeah, I understand that, but like they wouldn't have gotten fired if the offense was so great. You know what I mean? Like they didn't.
Not necessarily. You come in as a head coach, you want to bring your own guys in there with you.
I understand that.
That's normal. So I'm not sitting here saying. And look, by the way, I don't think Kellen Moore did this great job. I'm not saying that he did. So
fine.
But what he did was by the end of the year, you had continuity in that offense, and it started to take off. You had one of the best running games in football, and then by the end of the year, when they stopped the run, they had the passing ability to throw the football. If I just watch those two games and I say, man, this offense was starting to click, I don't want to try now to throw another new offense in there. I want to stick and grow the one that I just had.
Well, that could be the stipulation if you're Howie Roseman, Laurie, and Sirianni for getting hired for this position.
Well, then the guy's going to say that I don't want that job. Why would a guy come in here and say, here's the stipulations. You want this job, you got to run that offense. He's going to say, no, I want to run my offense.
Yeah, but he can have stipulations, still add to the offense as well and add new wrinkles into the offense because you have to keep other teams on their toes. You can't just run the same thing again. Everyone's going to know what's coming next year.
Well, you're already getting a guy coming in. You're assuming that Kevin Batula doesn't have any ideas of his own that he wants to implement. You're just assuming that they're handing him the playbook and saying, you got to run this thing. No, I was here. I helped this passing. He's the pass game coordinator. I've already been a part of that. I've worked with Jeff Stoutland. Now I'm just the guy calling the plays. I'm not changing the terminology. I'm just doing it with my own wrinkle, as opposed to, hey, if I have a play that's called pro right 32 gap, and then a new guy comes in and he calls it something completely different, why do I want to put that in when I don't have to?
Yeah, I disagree. He's never even called plays before in his career. So I would want someone who's experienced, who has called plays in the NFL. You hand him an offense like this, I don't think there'll be much of an issue.
I don't think too many people should have an issue calling plays with this talent.
No, they shouldn't. They really shouldn't. It doesn't matter who they are at this point.
Hey, listen, and by the way, we always want to do something that seems new and exciting. Everybody wants what's behind door number 2 because I want to go outside the organization because there might be something great out there. No, something great might be right here that was a part of this special team. This team was special. This guy was a part of it. Why do we want to go outside the organization? This is the best right here.
I don't know. I would go outside. The last time they went outside, they won a Super Bowl. The one time they stayed in-house, they lost a few games in a row and then we're bouncing the postseason. But we digress. We agree to disagree, Mike Gill, and we will move on to nugget number 2. And I have to bring up something that had social media a little abuzz, Mike. So this week it was kind of noticeable that Jason Kelce wasn't as noticeable throughout the week down there in New Orleans. Like you saw him here and there, but he wasn't as loud and bombastic as probably he usually is, right? There was something that happened on the New Heights Twitter account. And it was posted right after the game and then quickly taken down. It was a post congratulating the Eagles on winning the Super Bowl. It was then deleted and no post had been put back regarding the Philadelphia Eagles on the New Heights account. Mike Gill, this is Travis and Jason Kelce's podcast. They only said congratulations to the Chiefs on a great season. That was the only post that was left up there. Jason Kelce then addressed this. He took the graphic down because the post had too many pictures of Jason Kelce. He said he wanted the post to be reflective of the guys who just won, not me. I didn't win bleep in this one. It felt weird to congratulate this team with a bunch of pictures of me. So the original graphic was all Jason Kelce'd up and didn't have any pictures of the other Eagles. So what do you make of Jason Kelce talking about not really kind of congratulating the Eagles, but not really congratulating them, and him being so absent this past week?
Well, he did post about it, how conflicted he was.
Yeah.
He said it was the weirdest game. He actually almost didn't even enjoy it. He said he knows what his parents went through. Like, I see that being a tough situation. Like your brother's playing for the team that you played against. And now, of course, you want your brother to win, but you played for that team. Like, what do we want this guy to say, right? I mean, what's the right answer here? I'm cheering for my brother. Screw the team I played for. No, I'm cheering for my team. Screw my brother. There is no right answer here. So I think he was kind of absent because he didn't want to talk about it. Like, I think he generally was conflicted on how to approach this game. And he kind of mentioned, he mentioned on social media that it wasn't a fun situation for him. Like, he just did not like the feeling of watching that game, the emotions of both sides.
Yeah, and it was under that tweet when he talked about the emotions of, rooting for Travis, rooting for all the guys on the Eagles. And that was where he responded about, like, someone asked, why did you take that post down about congratulating the Eagles and leave the Chiefs one up? It's because he didn't want to take away from those guys. So, I mean, it was probably a tough week for him. Like, we didn't hear much from him, and that I think a lot of people were shocked about that for the most part, Mike, because he's been so loud and so in your face with Travis and the podcast, and then the Eagles stuff, the ESPN stuff, going to the tailgates, interviewing people at the tailgates during the postseason. So it was a noticeable absence from your social media feeds, TV, etc.
No doubt, because all year long, even on his Jason Kelce show, which nobody watched, by the way, he was saying it was very Eagle-centric, a lot of go Birds, and he was very Eagles-centric all year long. But when it came to matching up against his brother, blood runs thicker than water sometimes, and he could not it's his brother, for God's sakes. I mean, what is he supposed to do? He said, the game was odd for me to watch. I'm being completely honest. I knew it was going to be mixed emotions before, during, and after, and I now know what my parents had to deal with 2 years ago. On one hand, I wanted what's best for my brother to see his success. And on the other hand, there are so many people, teammates, and coaches in the Philadelphia Eagles organization that I care deeply about, many whom I owe my success to throughout my career. So, he's a conflicted guy here. His brother's on one team, and he has tons of guys who made him who he is today on the other side.
Yeah, now I wonder, do you think he shows up at the parade at all? I know he doesn't want to make it about himself or anything like that. I wonder if he still shows up to the parade, though. I'm sure the Eagles would want him there, right?
It's a tough one because he might not want to be the story. He might not want to because he was such a big part of the parade the last time. He might not want to overshadow this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy because he just retired this past season, right? And they go on to win the Super Bowl the next following year. So I could see him being on a float, maybe kind of staying in the background. I can't see him not being there, right? I mean, he just might not be as bombastic and loud as he was.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's showing up wearing a mummer's outfit.
No, I doubt it. I feel like he might be on the parade, have a couple of beers, and all is good with some of the alumni, maybe. I feel like I could see that happen.
Possible, but I will say, who will be the one who makes the speech this time around? Who's that guy?
I was going to bring that up for nugget number 3, and I said BG yesterday, and I gave it some thought. Like I could see BG being it, but I think it's going to be Sirianni. I think Sirianni's going to be the guy to be loud. I don't think he's going to be that as subdued as he is like in a press conference or anything. I think it's not going to be as bleep cursed loud as
you don't think?
No, but I think it'll be really good. I think Sirianni's going to give a big speech. I'm going to predict that.
You might not know who Bobby Brown is, right? But there was a song in the 90s or maybe even the late 80s, early 90s called My Prerogative. And the lyrics go, everybody's talking all this stuff about me. Why won't they just let me live? And there's video of Sirianni at the Eagles post party on the stage, and that song is on, and he is singing it at the top of his lungs.
Listen, I might not be as curse-filled as Kelsey's, but I think it's going to be memorable. So I'm going to switch mine.
So you think he's going to use this moment to try to win the fans over?
I think so. I think it's going to be a memorable speech. I think it's going to be a real speech, like a realistic speech, off the cuff type of speech that will kind of get the fans back on his side as like that Philly guy that everyone loved before all the crap that happened last year.
All right. So that's on Friday because apparently there's going to be snow the next couple of days. How about this from Tim McManus just a couple minutes ago? According to Fanatics, the Eagles have set a record for merchandise sales by a Super Bowl champion in the first 24 hours after the title. The Eagles are also Fanatics' best-selling champion across all sports for the first 24 hours post-championship clinch.
Yeah, that sounds about right because I was in that group about 10 minutes after the Super Bowl. So I was in that group at one of the local shops in the area right after the game, and I bought literally everything.
I was going to say I now am regretting not buying any merch when we went down there. See, we had this whole conversation when we were there. We had this whole conversation. Now, Pete, Billy, and Nick all bought something at the store down there. Now, I mean, the prices were just outrageous.
Insane.
I couldn't justify it for a game that if they lost the game, now I'm stuck with the merch. I don't want the merch if they lose.
Yeah,
but now I say I wish I have something.
Yeah, and I had to. I was no way we were down there. Even if they lost, I was like, I'm still gonna wear it. I got a nice quarter zip. I'll wear it to work every day. You know, I wore it yesterday too. So.
See, I have a Super Bowl 57. It's just the logo. No, 52. Excuse me. The year they won. I have a Super Bowl 52 3/4 zip, but it has no logo on it other than the Super Bowl 52 logo.
Gotcha.
So it's just the logo. No, I didn't see it. If they would actually, they did have it. It was like $270. Something
Mine was
like
a little
that.
cheaper than that. It had the logo and it had the Eagles versus Chiefs logo on it too.
Hey, yeah, no, you and Peachy got the same one. So and it was a good one. If I was to get one, that would have been the one I got.
Yeah, you should have been in uniform, Gill. You should have been in uniform. We're all in uniform. We got the same one.
All right, there's another edition of Nick's Nuggets brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Pitchers and catchers tomorrow.
Can't wait.
Are you throwing a pitchers and catchers nugget in there tomorrow?
I think so. I think I have to, right? It's first day. First day of spring training. But
Plus we got
all week.
Plus we got back-to-back Sixers tonight and tomorrow. You can hear the games on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Nick, thanks, man. All right, there's Nick's Nuggets here, and they're brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort. This hour of the Sports Bash brought to you by the expert at Shore Physicians Group. Shore Physicians Group Orthopedic Surgery and Sports Medicine Division. Learn more at shorephysiciansgroup.com. 5 o'clock hours on the way. What is your favorite moment of the Philadelphia Eagles season? What moment will you remember the most when you look back at 2024? 5 o'clock drive home, Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. How about that? Doesn't it sound crazy even 2 days later? You know, Monday it sets in a little bit, and then Tuesday it doesn't go away. You're the Super Bowl champions, and you were so much better than everybody else. It wasn't close. It wasn't a fair fight. You beat Washington 55 to whatever. This game, not even fun, boring to watch because you just kicked their ass. You want a fun game? Nope, no one's close to you. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. This hour is brought to you by the experts at Shore Physicians Group, Orthopedic Surgery and Sports Medicine Division. Learn more at shorephysiciansgroup.com. Anybody listening today going to the parade? Let us know, 609-403-0973. What's your plans for the parade? Here's the question for this hour. We want you guys to chime in. We got a ton of text messages we're going to get into right now. So we have some room for your text, 609-403-0973. We're going to do a longer text segment than we usually do. We're going to do the whole 5 o'clock segment here. So if you have a text message you want to get in, I have a couple thoughts. One, James Bradbury and Bryce Huff are two of the 10 highest paid players on the Eagles roster. Bryce Huff made $17 million this year. James Bradbury made $12 million. Huff's the 7th highest paid player on the team. Bradbury's the 10th highest paid player on the team. And they weren't needed. Thank you for your service. You are done. Good day, sir. That's number one. Number two, favorite moment play of the Super Bowl win. Cooper DeJean, Hurts to Smith, Zach Bond's interception, the variety of sacks from Josh Sweat, Milton Williams. We got that on the mix. We've also got Kellen Moore is heading to New Orleans. He's the new head coach. I got 4 candidates to watch at 973ESPN.com. What else do we have today? Let's see. All right. What will you remember the most about this Super Bowl season? You know, for instance, 2017, you had Jake Elliott's 61-yard field goal. You had Nick Foles. You had underdog mask. You had Philly special. You had strip sack. There was other things, but they, stand out. What will you remember most, 5 years later, when we look back at that Super Bowl? I guess the Super Bowl was 8 years ago, the first one. 8 years from now, 7, all right. 7 years from now, when you look back at this Super Bowl championship team, what are going to be some of the things that you remember about it?
I'm going to remember that this was arguably the greatest Eagles team ever assembled, and that they didn't do it the way everyone else did it. They did it as a team. They did it with defense. They did it with Saquon getting them to the promised land, and then Jalen Hurts basically said, give me the ball. I'm going to win this championship for you. I'm going to remember Cooper DeJean's touchdown interception. I mean, the Eagles' defense made Pat Mahomes play the worst game of his life. And I'll never forget how bad a guy that people... I had to listen to 2 weeks, Mike, of people telling me that he's the GOAT.
Think about this. He is the GOAT. Come on, let's be honest. Just because he played one bad game doesn't mean he's not great. I hate that narrative. The guy is unbelievable.
I'm not saying he's bad. I'm not saying he's even not good. I'm just saying that we had to hear about how, every excuse was, well, it's Andy and Mahomes. They're invincible. People were acting like this was inevitable. They were going to win a championship. And Vic Fangio and the Eagles defense said, not so fast, my friends.
Yeah, I think all the narratives about Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid are fair. They won back-to-back Super Bowls. To not bring them up, you'd be an idiot. You have to bring that up. That's the story, is you have the greatest coach-quarterback tandem in the NFL currently, and possibly of all time if they win a third in a row. So I think that narrative is fair. But it also adds to what you did. It adds to...
It makes it more impressive.
How impressive it was that you were able to beat that team. So I think that it's fair that you brought up Mahomes and Reid, if you were somebody who brought that up. I have no problem with that. But it also... I tweeted this out yesterday. This isn't only the best Philadelphia Eagles team of all time. I think you have to also put this Philadelphia Eagles team among the all-time great teams that have won a Super Bowl. Think about it. They beat a team that had won back-to-back Super Bowls with a quarterback in his prime and one of the greatest head coaches of all time. This wasn't just the best Eagles team of all time. It might be one of the best NFL teams ever. They dominated a 15-2 team. They dominated a team that won back-to-back Super Bowls and a team that got back here by knocking off Josh Allen, the MVP. So it wasn't like, hey, they had some easy road to get back here. No. They beat a Buffalo team that a lot of people liked. I wasn't one of them, but the guy won the MVP. So every team that they got put in front, they beat them. This is one of the most impressive Super Bowl victories ever. And it doesn't matter, like, if the Dallas Cowboys won the game 40-22, you would have to say that Dallas team is one of the most impressive Super Bowl champions of all time. It's not just because it's the Philadelphia Eagles. It's the way that the game was dominated against the team that they did it against. So when I look back at this team, I'm going to look at an utter dominant team. A team that should, and I don't know if they will, because they're not a glamour team. It's not like a story. They don't have Taylor Swift as a super fan. They are so unconventional everywhere. The coach, not liked. The quarterback, to have questions about. They run the ball. They play defense. They're not this high-flying, greatest show on turf. They don't have a nickname. They don't have a star player on defense. But they were just better than everybody. And it wasn't particularly close. They were better than you, and it wasn't particularly close. That's what I'll remember about this team. I'll remember Saquon Barkley's year. I'll remember Saquon Barkley's runs, multiple 60-yarders. I'll remember Saquon Barkley jumping over the Jacksonville player. I'll remember just about everything Saquon Barkley did. It was a truly memorable year for Saquon Barkley. But on top of that, you'll remember all of the questions that you couldn't stop letting linger from last year. They just kept lingering and lingering and lingering and lingering of when's the bottom going to drop out? When is this going to revert back? All of that stuff.
Well, what's wild about that also is that, a lot of that was driven by people who were in the national media. Those narratives and those questions were not from, people who cover the team every day. So it felt like almost every day here on the Sports Bash with you, Mike, you would have John McMullen on and Jeff Mosher and Adam Kaplan and all these people, Sal Palantonio, who cover the team, Scott Grayson, and they would all tell you, Mike, hey, those narratives, those storylines, that's not what's going on here. But no matter how much the people who covered the team kept saying that, there were these storylines and these people like Chris Canty in the national media who kept trying to tell us otherwise.
Listen, I know some people have to say stuff, and like McMullen said, Canty's going to he's just dying on that hill over there. He sounds like an idiot. I mean, come on. At this point, look, I know a lot of people just are not Sirianni fans. Let's get to some of the text messages that are coming in. The text board has been flooded all day long. We said we're going to do kind of an extended segment here. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. All right, text board is open. Mike, I'll remember most is the simple fact of how bad they embarrassed the Chiefs and how almost the whole nation picked them to win, and they made Mahomes look pedestrian. In the championship game and the Super Bowl, the backups got to finish the game. That's unprecedented. They made teams look like college teams. Yeah, the dominating way that they beat the teams that had reached the deepest part of the season and then the Super Bowl.
If I could say really quick, and I know you might not remember every one of these like verbatim because obviously the Eagles are most fresh in our mind, but can I just rattle off to you some of the Super Bowl blowouts in recent years? You have the Bucs when they crushed the Chiefs 5 years ago. Well, actually 4 years ago. Do you think the Eagles or the Bucs were more dominant?
I think the Eagles were more dominant, and I'll tell you why. That Chiefs team, the Chiefs team then lost. It set up the back-to-backs because their offensive line was in shambles.
Right.
So they went out and addressed it. This offensive line had problems. That was evident. But I think this Chiefs defense was better than that Chiefs defense. And they scored 40 on them.
All right, how about when the Seahawks destroyed the Denver Broncos about, 13 years ago, 12 years ago? 13 years ago, sorry. That was the Legion of Boom. That was Peyton Manning and that high-powered offense.
Yeah, that was a really good offense. I'm trying to remember that.
The ball got snapped over
Manning
Manning's head.
was done. He was cooked.
No. That was later. That was when they won the Super Bowl a couple years later. No, this was when Manning had that 55 touchdown season. That was the offense.
Well, then
coming
that's an impressive win by Seattle. And by the way, yeah, the Legion of Boom, that defense goes down as one of the better ones in the last 30 years.
And then, of course, you have the Ravens when they destroyed the Giants back in 2000.
That defense was historically great.
So
that defense going into the game was historically great. They had been very good for years. This Eagles defense came out of nowhere.
But this Eagles defense was I'm trying to remember the stat correctly. They are the 13th defense in the Super Bowl era that was the number one defense in total yards allowed that reached the Super Bowl.
Well, when I say they came out of nowhere, last year they were one of the worst defenses in the league.
Right, but I mean statistically, if you're starting to compare them to other defenses, like is the Eagles defense or the Seahawks defense more impressive?
Well, they had more household names, whatever that means. I don't know that means anything.
Well, it wasn't the question, right? Like it's you don't have to have a household name to be a great defense.
The Eagles' defense is more impressive, and I'll tell you why. The Giants' offense stunk.
Right.
Eli Manning was average.
That was Kerry Collins that year.
Oh, they were worse.
That was worse.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
you gave him too much credit.
Yeah. Kerry Collins, awful. You're not facing Patrick Mahomes. So
and then the Seahawks.
The more impressive one is beating Patrick Mahomes. Not even close.
And then the Seahawks, they beat the Patriots.
Kerry Collins got to the Super Bowl?
Kerry Collins was the quarterback of the Giants in 2000.
My gosh.
The look on your face was just bewildered. What else is on the text board?
I really couldn't believe, this is from Ray in EHT. Says, I really couldn't believe that KC was favored in this game. Me neither, Ray. I was pretty shocked by that. He says, of course I was anxious before the game starts, but was feeling weirdly confident. This team all year has broken every trend that was put in front of them. When their schedule started to get tough, Russell Wilson is undefeated in Philly. Nope. The Week 1 regular season winner is 0-4 in the repeat playoff matchup. Not anymore. No team in the Super Bowl era has won 3 in a row. We'll keep that one going. That's from Ray in EHT. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the only time that people the only time that people had a little concern was after that Jacksonville game when they didn't beat the doors off of, blow the doors off of Jacksonville, and there was like all these weird play calls. That was the one week where like Sirianni was just getting blasted for the unconventional play calls and kicking, going for 2 and all that stuff.
What about the drama after the Panthers game? The A.J. Brown, the passing, Brandon Graham opening his mouth too many times.
Yeah, but by that point, they were already in the playoffs.
True.
I'm saying way back in the Jacksonville game, I think people were still letting last season enter back in.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Stephen A.H.T. says, nah, bleep that, Mike. It's not fair at all. To give us 0 shot because the Chiefs have Mahomes and Reed, every team has a shot. Chiefs fans acted like they didn't have to play the game. Well, I'm not saying... Like the Chiefs fans, I can't vouch for. They're being loyal to their team and they're being irrational, like most fans. Steve, I think that you could fit into that mold sometimes, but I think no one's saying he had no shot because of them. I think they're saying that's why they had a shot.
Right.
The Eagles were the better team. I think most people acknowledge that they had the better roster, but the Mahomes and Reed was why people weren't counting the Chiefs out.
Right.
Now, the Chiefs fans acting like they didn't have to play the game, I mean, that's just a fan being a fan. I mean, come on.
I mean, what fan doesn't believe in their team when they're in the Super Bowl?
Of course, especially when you have a back-to-back champion with the same coach and quarterback. This is different than the Eagles who won a Super Bowl with Peterson and Foles, and they're back with a different coach and quarterback. They have the same coach and quarterback that has been there multiple times.
I mean, Andy Reid's going to go down one of the greatest coaches of all time. Of course you want to believe in your team.
Marty in EHT says, one of my most interesting memories of the season was somewhat of a negative moment, but I believe a turning point in the season. That was when Nick Sirianni shaved his head and then brought his kids to the post-game interview. It was all up from there. Yeah, I mean, look, there are moments. I go back to, you just mentioned it, after the Carolina game. What's wrong with the team? Passing. And then Brandon Graham insinuates that there's a problem. I think they had to have a tough conversation within that locker room that probably brought them closer together.
And Sirianni was a part of probably that, that cultural, smoothing over, getting everybody to focus back on, how many times have we heard that, it's about we, not me, with this Eagles team. That phrase from that Inner Excellence book, and it seems like along with the Sirianni quotes, that concept was bought in by the team as well.
Mike, it's truly the best team ever assembled. Their third-string quarterback would start on some teams, as would their third-string defensive linemen. That's true. I mean, I don't know about Tanner McKee starting on teams, but they had depth all over the place.
I do think that Kellen Moore is going to try to get Tanner McKee to join him in New Orleans, though.
To be over Derek Carr, I guess, maybe? I don't know.
Or maybe be the heir apparent to Derek Carr. I know Derek Carr's on a contract for a couple more years, so you can't get rid of him yet.
The Chiefs went in like Tyson in the Buster Douglas fight. Do you know, by the way, that fight happened 35 years ago today?
Really?
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. That's wild.
Buster Douglas knocked Mike Tyson out 35 years ago today. How about that? So I don't know if that guy knew that and made that reference.
It's pretty good if he did. It's a good job by him.
Anthony from Avalon. We dominated like no other defense before, but beating Brady the GOAT, Belichick, and that New England team, that was absolutely despised. To me, was a shade more satisfying than beating Andy Mahomes and the Chiefs.
I don't know if it's shade better, but I would say that it was like a different vibe to it because, you do it the first time, and it's like, this is the most amazing feeling in the world. You've never won a championship. And now you win it the second time, it almost makes you puff out your chest more.
Yeah, that's just like I said earlier, they've beaten Reed and Mahomes, Brady and Belichick. They beat Lombardi and Starr in the 60 NFL championship game. They have beaten 3 of the best coach-quarterback tandems of all time. Which one's more satisfying? Probably the first one, but this one was more dominating. Like Joe and Rio Grande said, I was quiet until Cooper DeJean's pick 6. But then you had nothing to cheer about afterwards. The game was over.
It was wild when he got that pick 6. Like when he got that pick 6, Mike, what were you thinking?
Oh, I couldn't believe what I was watching at that point. I'm like, because the fact that he picked it off, then took it back, and you're just thinking, oh my God, it's 17-0, and you're basically like, it all happened so fast. It was just everything was like happening. You're just like stuck in this moment of like, oh my God, like they're blowing this team out, and then they got another stop. Phil says the signature moment was Mahomes getting his arm and was ripped off, fumbling the football, and then Jalen Carter literally punching him in the face. That was unbelievable. Yeah, that was just the bully moment. Like, we got to you, you fumbled, we punched you in the face, probably got away with a face mask penalty, and stole your lunch money, threw you in a locker, and hung you from your hook.
Right.
Right? I mean, the guy's got a wedgie. He's hanging from the hook in the locker. It was just like, you ever see 3 O'Clock High, the movie?
I have not. We have had this conversation before. You have mentioned this movie before, yeah.
Yeah, Buddy Revell is a touch freak, and he doesn't want anybody to touch him. And Jerry Mitchell's like this nerdy newspaper guy, and he just wants to have a conversation with him and like do a story for the school paper. So he pats him on the shoulder. And because Buddy Revell is a touch freak, he wants to kick the crap out of Jerry Mitchell. So Mitchell's afraid, so he goes to some guy who's like the captain of the football team and says, look, this guy wants to beat me up. I'll pay you $300 if you take care of this for me. So he figures the captain of the football team is going to take care of this guy for him. So the guy still like, he pokes him on the chest. He's like, you are not going to touch Jerry Mitchell. And Revell looks down at his finger, breaks it in half, and then just beats the living crap out of him. Mahomes was the football player, like, dude, you know who I am? You're not going to touch. And Carter and the Eagles defense broke his finger, slammed him into the car, threw him in the locker, and said, get out of my way. There's a new bully in town here, and we're Buddy Revell, a.k.a. the Philadelphia Eagles. All right? That one play perfectly summed up how the Eagles were so much more physical and bullied the Chiefs to the point of complete and total embarrassment. Let's hunt. They hunt it all game long. That's from Phil on the text board, 609-403-0973. Mike, I'll remember the most, destroying the three-peat. Apparently Milton Williams came out and said that what motivated them was that the Chiefs were planning a three-peat party.
There were some players who mentioned that. Yeah, there were some guys who said that they were mad that they were trying to copyright, Chiefs Pete before they even won the championship.
Yeah, you can't let that get out.
Well, did you see the video that Bill Belichick showed this past week? That when the Eagles played the Patriots the first time, that Belichick showed the Eagles parade route to the Patriot players the night before. And it got the players so mad that the Eagles, the city of Philadelphia, was already planning the parade route before they even played the game.
Yeah, bad job. You can't do that.
And Belichick showed it to them the night before, and they showed it on Inside the NFL a couple days for the Super Bowl. And Chris Long and Ryan Clark watched Belichick give the speech, and Chris Long looked at it and said, "Coach, I'm ready to run through a wall right now. Where am I? Who am I hitting?"
609-403-0973. By the way, how about the game that Jake Elliott had? How about some insight here from Bo Allen on the Greenlight podcast?
This is wild.
About potentially, did we find out why Jake Elliott struggled this year? Take a listen.
Jake Elliott battled through adversity this year, man. He wasn't, his same consistent self that he's been. And, some of that is due to injury that's not reported. I'll tell you that because I love that guy and was talking to him about it. And he's a grinder. But he played great, man. And then he had to re-kick that one.
He went 6 for 6.
With exceptional. Like, he's such a good dude. He's a great athlete. He's a great player.
So he's insinuating that
Jake was injured.
Jake Elliott had some injury
but
issues
they never
this year,
reported
and they never
it.
said anything about it, which you could get in trouble for that.
You can get in trouble for that. And Bo might have just gotten the Eagles in trouble for it.
Yeah. I mean, there's got to be some investigating going on there, right?
I would think.
Did you have a kicker that was hurt all season long?
All season long?
Yeah, that's interesting, though. I mean, that could explain some stuff.
I mean, it would have made more sense if the Eagles just came out and said, like, if he was on the injury report this year and Jake was like, yeah, I'm working through this whatever, this ankle sprain or this quad tightness or something.
Mike, one of my favorite moments I'll remember all of the season off the field was Hurts saying, "Is that what you all wanted to see?" That was definitely a moment.
That was a moment.
But that was like I don't want to say it wasn't a contentious moment, but it was following the week where there was some contention.
Correct.
BK from VA says, I'll remember Saquon forever this season. I get to see a bunch of Giants games. Always been a huge fan, and when we got him, man, I knew we could go far. Best moment for me was Cooper's tackle on King Henry and Saquon's first touch in the NFC Championship game. That's another good one. Barkley scoring on the first carry against Washington and the spin and the 60. I mean, that whole game had some moments, but the exclamation point right from the jump.
One of the comments that we had made that week, Mike, leading up to the NFC Championship game, myself, Ryan Rothstein, and PG, we all talked about how the Eagles needed to run the ball the first play of the game. No more passing the first play of the game. You got to run. You got to set a tone. And it was like, holy bleep. They actually ran the ball in the first play of the game, the NFC Championship game, and they scored.
Bunny in Hamilton says, I'll always remember the unmistakable humility and brotherhood and love of this team for one another. Which is funny because they had some moments where you weren't sure. Mike in Northfield says, Mike, what I'll remember most is Coach Sirianni's vindication. The tumultuous relationship he's had with fans, the city, national media, and heck, his own bosses is well documented. His ability to handle the immense pressure, stay true to his convictions, and lead this team should not be underappreciated. You can say a lot about his antics, but what I will never doubt with Sirianni is his true love for his players and his dedication to being the best coach for his team. It's admirable, and I'm happy for his success. That's from Mike in Northfield. Mike, it's well put. That was well thought out, well typed out. Justin from Galloway, I'll fit in a couple more real quick, says, I think the biggest thing that I will remember from the Super Bowl at the Super Bowl run is the way the defense took over games and the way Jalen Hurts dominated the past 23 games and really stepped up and proved everyone wrong. I never doubted Sirianni or Hurts, not once. Justin in Galloway. Well, you're one of the few, right? You're one of the few that never doubted or trusted those guys. It's truly a special season, and we're not done talking about it on the Sports Bash. One more. Rob in Millville says, I'm tired of hearing Mahomes and others saying how they did not play well. They didn't play well because the Eagles' D was great. Give them some credit. You're right, Rob. Mahomes was absolutely pressured almost 50% of the time. That's why he didn't play well. And by the way, the broadcast didn't point that out.
Broadcast was not good either.
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, 525 when we come back. One thought, big game. Casey Joyner next on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 532 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Mike Gill with you. What will you remember most about this championship team? What will you remember most about the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973 is the text board. What will you remember most about this Philadelphia Eagles team? 609-403-0973. Hit us up on the text board. We'll try to read off some more by the end of the show. What will you remember the most about this Eagles Super Bowl season? You know, it's an easy thing to just say, hey, they won the Super Bowl. They dominated the Kansas City Chiefs. But there's so many moments. There's so many things that happen, and you kind of get overshadowed because they dominated the game so much, right? That's what stands out the most. Dan in EHC says, my most memorable moment of the Eagles season is the countless moments. I bleed green more with every win and every loss. Being an Eagles fan is like no other. Dan, you know, people ask me often about, you know, I've been on the show here for I don't know how long, I've lost track. I don't think I would have as much fun doing this job in another market. Am I going to go to Kansas City and talk about the Chiefs? You know, I've had a chance to go to other cities, and I'm saying I don't really want to talk about that team. This is the team that I'm passionate about, and it makes me passionate about doing this job every day. I don't know that I'm passionate about doing a job talking about the Buffalo Bills. I don't know that I'm passionate about doing a job talking about the LA Chargers or the Cincinnati Bengals. None of them. I love doing this show because I love talking about the Philadelphia Eagles and the Philadelphia Phillies and the Philadelphia 76ers. Casey Joyner from The Athletic, NFL writer, at KC Joyner TFS is going to join us here on the Sports Bash for One Thought Every Game. There's only one game left to talk about, and we're going to talk about it with him. This hour of the Sports Bash is brought to you by the experts at Shore Physicians Group, Orthopedic Surgery and Sports Medicine Division. Learn more at shorephysiciansgroup.com. You know, one week, a couple of years ago, I filled in on a national show. I did the morning show for a week nationally. And I was like constantly like, I'm not really enjoying this all that much. Like, you know, I'm talking about things that like I just didn't really have a lot of interest in. But I do have interest in the Philadelphia Eagles winning the Super Bowl, and I do have interest as why that happened. And there's one guy who can break that down better than everybody else. It's One Thought, big game. Casey Joyner's here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Well, Casey, we've done this for years. We've had so many ups and downs. They won a Super Bowl in 2017. They got back there. Last year, they fell apart. They didn't fall apart on Sunday night. They dominated that game. Give me your take as you're watching that game on why Philadelphia wasn't just better. They were insurmountably better than Kansas City.
When my son and I were talking about the game right after the championship games, he figured out Kansas City, they're going to be, because they got those calls and things, and he's a Cincinnati fan, so he thinks that they always get the calls. He's like, man, they're going to do it. I was like, dude, he didn't it wasn't interested in Super Bowl. I thought there's no way the Eagles were like, dude, they rushed the ball better. They pass rush better. They pass block better. They have better receivers. They have much better running game. They have much better running backs. There's very few areas where Kansas City is that much better. I didn't think that would pan out to be a blowout, but it really started to become clear that Kansas City could not pass block. And once it became clear, hey, they can't pass block for Patrick Mahomes, I just kept thinking back to that Super Bowl against Tampa Bay where he's running around. It's like, yeah, but you know what? Tampa Bay didn't keep him in the pocket, and they let him run around and things. Philadelphia's like, you know what, Holmes, we're going to get a pass rush on you, and we're going to keep you in that pocket. We're not going to let you scramble around and do all your crazy things. When I saw that they were doing that and how good they were doing that and doing it not blitzing, I'm like, I don't think Chiefs got a chance in this game. I mean, it became pretty clear even early second quarter, like, I think this could be a big blowout.
You know, it was one of those nights where you just said it. They got pressure almost every single play. And Casey, they didn't blitz. Josh Sweat was all over the place. Milton Williams. Look, if I were to tell you before the game, Jalen Carter and Saquon Barkley were going to have pedestrian days, can Philadelphia win that game?
That's the thing we've been talking all year about. past the victory. And the Eagles, like, yeah, it's like if you said, hey, you know what, Saquon didn't do a thing, it's like, yeah, and the the Eagles are going to be up, by 34 points at one point. You wouldn't think it'd be possible. That's the thing. Is I give Kansas City credit. They did some really innovative things to stop the run, and they made clear, hey, we're going to make Jalen Hurts beat us. And that's why I keep thinking, you know what? Carter does a big game, and Barker does a big game. Yeah, but you know something? Jalen Hurts, that's the thing. People are like, oh, well, he's an elite quarterback. Kansas City said, you and Kansas City Mountain Witch have a really good defense that has really made some offenses look not so good. Kansas City said to Jalen Hurts, you're going to have to go beat us to win this game. And he said, okay, I'll go do it. And it's like, yeah, guys, if you've got a top-notch defense, maybe not an all-time elite defense, but look, a top-5 defense, when they say, we're going to make you beat us, and Hurts goes ahead and does it by setting a Super Bowl record for quarterback rushing yards and by throwing the ball as effectively as he did, like, okay, yeah, I got no problem calling Jalen Hurts elite because he did something few quarterbacks can do.
Well, and I would ask you, yeah, they obviously said you're not going to run the ball on us. We're not going to let Saquon Barkley. 25 carries, though, for 57 yards. They didn't run effectively, but they didn't get away from the run either. How did that play into the game?
It plays in the game because if you start to get away from it, then because the thing is, the defense will go, we're going to stop the run, and then we're going to hope that you give up on the run, and then we'll sit back and play all our coverages. But the thing is, when you keep running at them, and you keep running at them, and you keep running at them, the defense, they have to go, okay, look, we have to, because the thing is, with run defense, you just can't make a mistake in running against any running back, but especially against Saquon. You can't make a mistake. You got to be really disciplined. And when you keep running the ball, you say you're going to have to honor those rush lanes. You're going to have to put that run first. You're going to have to put the extra guy in the box. You're going to have to put all these overhang players. You're going to have to do all these different things. You have to concentrate on controlling the tackle box. That's what you're going to have to concentrate on first. And the secondary is going to be a secondary thing for you. You make them be honest and you say, hey, we're going to keep doing this. We're not going to get away from this. You're going to think we will. Most teams would, but we're really stubborn when it comes to running the ball. We're going to keep doing it because we know that if we do that, you're going to be honest in the rest of your secondary. So that gives Hurts a lot of help. It says a lot for the game plan and Kellen Moore and what kind of a game plan he called. Because, hey, again, stay patient with the ground game. Like we said, people said, McCarthy said, hey, Kellen Moore were on the football. It's like, well, you know what? Sirianni got him on the football, so maybe that was on you, McCarthy.
Yeah, and I know that you mentioned Jalen Hurts in the game he had, but he truly had a special game because you had to put the ball in a couple windows. I mean, there were some tight spots, and he got one to Dotson, one to Smith. I know Dotson didn't get in, but he went down to the 1 yard line. It really set the tone for the night. One to Smith and one to Brown. He spread it around, and he put it right where it needed to be.
When you've got those safeties concentrating on getting up in the box or getting around the box and they're not sitting there playing all that super deep coverage, when you've got that happening, you can go ahead and say, okay, the thing is, okay, now can the cornerbacks hold up? And that's one thing that Kansas City cornerbacks are not bad. This is not a terrible set of cornerbacks by any stretch. But I look at it and get, okay, I don't like any of the cornerbacks against Brown. I didn't like any of those matchups. I don't like them against Smith either, for that matter. I like this is you can tear the top off this defense if you keep their safeties from playing deep coverage. This is not they don't have guys who you want to stick in one-on-one coverage, and it showed up all game long like this. Eagles knew, hey, look, you know something? You can't cover if we're running go routes on you. You're just not as fast as our guys are. We got really fast guys on our receiving core, and you don't have fast guys in your secondary. And again, test them, and you got to throw accurate passes, like you said, small windows. And Hurts is just throwing them in there all night long. Again, I keep coming back to if you give them in the right scenario, hey, Jalen Hurts is an elite quarterback.
One thought every game. We're looking at the big game with Casey Joyner from The Athletic here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Can't talk about the Eagles' success without the domination up front, and they just did not let the Chiefs get to Hurts. Hurts had all the time in the world. So many times when we see Hurts have to get out of the pocket, he struggled. He stood there and was able to deliver. That offensive line is a difference maker.
It is, and the thing is you're paying all that attention to the tackle box, and yet he's scrambling for, again, he breaks his own super record for rushing yards. You're letting him scramble, so it's like okay, let's see, do we stop Barkley? Okay, do we spy Hurts? It's hard to do both. To say we're going to set up a structure to stop Barkley, and we're going to spy. You can try and do both, but you're going to prioritize one or the other. And they're not spying him, they're not getting pressure on him. He can step up in the pocket and get around at things. It's like, and the thing is with him, and this is the difference between him and Mahomes. When if he gets to scramble outside, he wants to scramble to pass. Hurts them might have scrambled to run. So if you box him into the pocket and you leave running lanes out the field, Hurts will just go take him and get your 15 yards.
Yeah.
Mahomes could do that on occasion. That's not his specialty. And if you have Mahomes doing that, which is when he did get to scramble, that's what he did. He could go upfield. Yeah, he's not that dangerous. And plus, I like the fact that Eagles say, you know what? We're going to hit you. we can go and hit you. We're going to go ahead and hit you as often as we can because we're going to go ahead. We're going to hit you clean, fair and square. But want to see if you can call, if you can pull the stuff you got away.
Although there was a moment in the game, it was the fumble where Mahomes got blasted, fumbled the ball, and then Carter popped him in the face. Probably a penalty, but that was the bully moment. That was the bully moment of I don't know if you ever saw the movie 3 O'clock High, but we likened it to when Buddy Revell took the guy on the football team, broke his finger, pushed him into the car, and like, get out of my way. You used to run this school. I'm running this place now. That was the bully moment of the night where it was like you hit him, he fumbled, and then you blasted him, probably illegally, but that was the moment of the physicality. And we look at the physicality of the Eagles defense and how that played a role in this game.
I like that they didn't get rattled by the whole referees thing too. Go ahead and hit him, and if they got a penalty, you got a penalty and things. Let Mahomes know he's going to get hit because when Mahomes, the thing is, I love the Kansas City thing about we're not going to, why you guys bring out the refs? Hey, you know what? Your quarterback goaded the refs. He said, I'm going to stop right before the outside and things. So everybody's talking about that, and I think it rattled the Chiefs a bit to have that, to think, hey, the refs going to call this. The Eagles are just like, just don't care. We're going to go ahead and hit the guy. We're going to hit him clean. They hit him one time. They really nailed him down. He went on a scramble and things, and he got a few yards, I think, but he got hit. And again, clean hit. Nothing wrong with it, but they just made it clear that we're not going to get into this whole thing because I think Buffalo kind of got into we can't make sure we hit this guy. We got to be real careful, real safe. And Philadelphia, like, we just don't care. We'll do it. And that says something for Philadelphia, too. We're going to play our game. We're not going to let the officials change it. We're not going to let you change it and things. And it leads to those kind of bully moments. They had that bully moment against Washington on the goal line. The tush push, they got the penalty or they got the potential gimme touchdown. And then they had it there too when they hit Mahomes. It was just, and that says something. I think it rattled the Chiefs too because they don't get to see a lot of bully ball in the AFC, and they got to see it. This is like the old school NFC bully ball. The old NFC East when they used to win all those years and things when Washington just destroyed Denver. That's what this looked like.
Yeah, we're talking about bully ball. There's a moment too where the Eagles end up getting that fumble when they bullied Mahomes and then took a shot down the field to Devontae Smith. That's where it's like, we're not messing around in this game. We're going to put our foot on your neck and step on you. And Hurts throws a dime to Devontae Smith. But that was the moment where you can get a little conservative. You're winning that game handily. They said, nope, we're going after you again. That was, I thought, kind of set. It was just like not set the tone. The tone had been set by that point, but it was really the mentality of the night that we're going to be aggressive and we're going to go after you. Josh Sweat, Milton Williams. We talked about it last week, Casey, on Radio Row, which was they had the matchups. If you were on last week and we're looking at the matchups like we normally do, Caliendo against Williams, Tooney against Sweat. If I were to say to you last week, who wins that matchup, you saw who won that matchup in a big way.
Oh, big time. And the thing is, I love the fact that Tooney goes out there, and if they don't try and, hey, we're not going to speed rush this guy. You know what? We're just going to try and shove you into the quarterback. We're going to bull rush you straight in the quarterback. There's 7 different main pass rush moves. Bull rush is the one of those 7. All of them, you can get pass rush, you can do all things, but if you can bull rush a guy, it's the one that sets the most physical tone. That if you can bull rush a guy, you set the tone all game because if he can't stop a bull rush, you can do anything else off it that you want. And they just showed Tooney all game long. You're collapsing both ends of the pocket. And that's the thing, though. I love the way they kept their rush lanes. You're collapsing the pocket, but you're not collapsing the pocket and getting pushed to the inside so Mahomes can get outside. You're collapsing the pocket, attacking outside shoulder most of the time to shove him back into the pocket, but also keep him in the pocket. It's a subtlety thing that a lot of teams don't do. You lose your rush, rush runs and you get after them. And Philadelphia didn't do that. Again, very well coached team. I love one of the things that I forget which defensive player. I think it was Slay who was saying it. He was saying that's the thing about Fangio's defense. He said, I've had a lot of DCs who tell me, who can say, hey, who can play call and basically do things. He said, Coach Fangio can coach me up, can tell me how to actually play this game, can tell me he can coach every position on defense. He said, not every DC he's had has been able to do that. It says a lot for Fangio.
Well, it's something that Nolan Smith said as well. He said after the game, I want to keep learning and taking in more and more from Vic Fangio. Kind of a little head scratching on what happened in Miami. If those players, it seems like you got the wrong players in there because Philadelphia is saying, I want more from this guy. Miami wants less, apparently. Casey Joyner here. The secondary for the Philadelphia. You've been studying this game for a while. Mitchell, DeJean, those two particularly, what they added to this team, because you remember Super Bowl 57, James Bradbury, the hold, it was an up and down game. No, the Eagles secondary they were there. And Heck, Avante Maddox made a play in that game. I said, who dusted him off?
Yeah, we were looking at that too. That play, that they're like, "What the heck? Did he got out there and didn't get beat?" And if you run Avante Maddox, I think he's getting beat. The Chiefs don't have a great receiving core, and mind you, they made some big plays. I mean, let's forget the end of the game; they were just throwing those garbage touchdowns, but they made a couple big plays. They had a drop there from from Hopkins.
Hopkins, yeah.
Drop. Yeah,
I don't even know if it was a drop. That was the weirdest. Like, he didn't even make an attempt for it.
Yeah,
Joe's just looking at him on the sideline. He's like, what is that?
He kind of tripped before the ball got there. And he does that and things. Yeah, it's and part of it was inaccurate passes, number of times from Mahomes and things. But you get aggressive with that secondary. Again, you don't sit back and say, "Hey, we're going to give you guys anything. We're going to attack and things." The Eagles are just like, we're just going to get right in your face and be aggressive, and we're going to go after. And the thing is, remember, Mahomes had not thrown a pick since week 11. Mahomes had not thrown one interception since week 11. He'd had that turnover in the championship game on a fumbled handoff, but they hadn't had a turnover since week 11. And the Eagles, I mean, they missed almost more interceptions than they did. And they got the one that was called back. That's the one he threw up in the double coverage. But I mean, they were getting picks. They were playing those things, and they're playing the receivers tough and saying, you're going to have to go get open. That's the thing. Right? If you're a coach, you're ready to read on play call open. If they play man coverage, the toughest way to play call people up because you can just pick some things, but if the defense plays it well, you can't just say we're going to flood the zone, put somebody underneath. We got somebody on everybody, and it's something that again, other teams are going to look at this as a blueprint. I think for how to stop the Chiefs.
One thought every game. That's it for the season. The Eagles are Super Bowl champions, and of course, Casey Joyner's with us all season long. We'll have to get Casey's thoughts. The Eagles have some free agents. Who should they retain? You got Milton Williams, you got Josh Sweat, you got Zach Bond. We'll be talking about that later on here on the Sports Bash. But, Casey, one thought every game in the books for the 2024 season. Thanks again for being a part of it.
Sure thing. I got to say one more thing. Look at historically, this is the best Eagles team of all time. You can look at the best team before this would have been one of the 40s championship teams of Steve Van Buren. I can easily make the case that this is the best team. So if you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan, it's the best time in the Philadelphia Eagles history to be a fan because it's the greatest team they've had.
I'll tell you that. Not only that, Casey, it's one of the most dominating Super Bowl champions of all time as well. I don't know where they rank in the pantheon of great teams, but to beat a back-to-back champion, to beat a coach quarterback, to beat a 15-win team, they're up there. They've got to be somewhere on that list of the all-time most dominating performances in a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's got to be top 5 probably. I mean, maybe the 55-10, some of those get there and things. And the NFL history too, 73-0 beats it, thanks for the Bears in 40. But I mean, most of the time, this has got to be a top 5 Super Bowl performance.
Casey Joyner from The Athletic, and of course right here on the Sports Bash. All season long, the NFL season is over, and we thank him as always. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, Casey Joyner. And, of course, when something happens this offseason, we'll have Casey back on the show here on the Sports Bash. The offseason's here. We're talking about it on the Bash, but the Eagles are Super Bowl champions. All right, get ready to get out of here on this Tuesday night. Time for the Bet365 play of the day. Josh, how we do last night?
Well, the Magic lost to the Hawks last night, so you didn't get that one right. But the Lakers ran away from the Jazz for the over win. You are now 103-71-1.
103-71-1. That's a pretty good record. It's making everybody in South Jersey money. Here you go. Raptors plus 9.5 tonight against the Sixers. Memphis minus 4.5 tonight against the Suns. They are my Bet365 plays of the day. Sixers, Raptors tonight, right here on 97.3 ESPN. I think it beats playing. Not that anybody pays attention anymore, but I think he's out there tonight. Paul George, I think, is playing. No Lowry. I think Eric Gordon's out, right?
Eric Gordon has been ruled out.
All right, so that'll do it for me. I'm back tomorrow. We got a great show. Brian Dawkins is on the show tomorrow. B-Dawk! Right here on the Sports Bash. Have a great night, everybody.